Selectmen meeting of Monday, May 23rd, 2022 to order. All members of this board are present. We do apologize for being a few minutes late this evening. We were in executive session for the purpose of discussing strategies with respect to collective bargaining with the New England Police Benevolent Association Local 101 dispatchers, the New England Police Benevolent Association Local 1 Police Patrol, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 1703, Unit 1, in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, as an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the town. At this time, I would please ask that you all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Prior to the transmitting of the Treasury warrants, I would kindly ask that we all bow our heads for a moment of silence in honor of Carl Arthur Backman Jr., who passed away. He was a former resident of the town of Wilmington at the age of 89 years old. Mr. Backman grew up in Wilmington, where he and his family started their lifelong love for skating and hockey. Carl served in the United States Army during the Korean War, earning the rank of sergeant. After graduating from UMass on the GI Bill, Carl raised his family in Wilmington and was active in many organizations throughout the years, including being a member of the Redevelopment Authority and serving as a selectman approximately 50 years ago. Based on the history that I have received, it is believed that Mr. Backman was the oldest living member of the Wilmington Board of Selectmen today, and now it is believed that that distinction now lies with Mr. Bob Kane. So if you can please all bow your heads for a moment of silence in honor of Mr. Backman. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to bring up the transmitting of Treasury warrants 202246, 202246A, 202246AW, 202246W, 46A, 202247, 202247A, 202247B, and 47A. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to our 7 o'clock appointment is for the recognition of the Wilmington Youth Hockey Bantam 1 team. And I see we have the gentleman back there. Feel free to come on into the auditorium. I know it's a little tight quarters, but feel free to join us. Very handsome group here. Thank you very, very much. So one of the great highlights of being in this position is we do have an opportunity to recognize champions among us that live among us in our community. We're thrilled here to have the Bantam team as well as family members and their coaches. And at this time, I would like to welcome Mr. McCurry, who is the head coach, and I know you have your coaching staff here as well as the players. And I had the honor of doing this celebration with Ray back some time ago, and I had asked for some of the highlights, and we went over that and had kind of a comedy skit going back and forth, and I had to ask Mr. McCurry if he was actually there because we had to go through all the sound bites as to the different teams that they faced and were victorious over. But I wanted to just share an article that was provided that kind of gives a narrative to the public that is here and at home as to the success that this fine group of young men has had over the past several months, and the coaches and families. So this is an article that was in the Town Crier that was written by Jamie Pote, and I took the opportunity to go through that. So the Wilmington Bantam 1 youth hockey team came away with the 7th state championship title in Wilmington youth hockey history back on a weekend of February 27th with a 5-2 win over Barnstable. In the words of Coach McCurry, these kids worked really hard all year long. They set goals, they were on a mission, and simply stated there was nothing stopping them. Throughout the season, there were obstacles and challenges and game changes and not knowing when playdowns were going to happen or when the state tournament games were actually going to take place. But anything thrown at these athletes, they reacted and they clawed back just like Wildcats do. They clawed back at every obstacle that came in front of them. It was clear in the beginning when they started to play that they really gelled together as a team. Originally, they expected their playdowns to be held in November, but based on some scheduling issues, that was pushed back to January. And Wilmington went on to beat a really tough Tewksbury team in dramatic fashion with a 5-3 win, and then the team thought they had clinched a spot in the six-team state tournament. As it turned out, 2 weeks later, they had to play another game, and they ended up playing Somerville at 6 o'clock on a Saturday morning out in Everett on a freezing cold day, and they were able to beat them 9-1, and that officially put them into the state tournament. There are some stats that were included that it appeared to be a total team effort that put Wilmington into the state tournament, which featured 6 teams, 3 in one tier, 3 in another tier, and the top tier consisted of South Boston, Barnstable, and Amherst, and the bottom tier had Wilmington, Triton, and the cooperative team of Sudbury, Maynard, and Stowe. Each division had to face 3 teams in the other division, and the top team from each would square off in the final. It went on to cover all of the success that they had. They defeated South Boston 3-2 in overtime, thanks to a winning goal by Cam Kelly, his second of the game. Bradley Cabral scored the other, while Matt O'Brien and Bed Gibbards each had 2 helpers each, and Nathan Caples and Michael Spitz had 1 each as well. The 2 teams were even in the shot department at 21, and goaltender Tyler Marino was stellar in net with 19 saves, and while there were stellar performances by defensemen during that game. In the second game, Wilmington faced a really tough Barnstable team. They had a really good defensive team. They were physical. They closed the gaps, according to Mr. McCurry. And the team went on to lose in that match 5-2. And that was mainly just because their goalie stood on their head and just couldn't get anything past them, according to Mr. McCurry. So as things moved forward, now with a 1-1 record, 2 things had to happen in order for Wilmington to advance. South Boston had to beat Triton, and Wilmington had to beat Amherst. South Boston was up 2-1 with 6 minutes to go, with Triton tying it up, and all of the kids were fully dressed, ready to go, and this game would dictate whether or not they had a shot at going to the finals. As it turned out, South Boston scored the game-winning goal with 90 seconds left, which had Wilmington in an uproar with realizing that they had a shot to get to the final. All they had to do was win their game against Amherst, and they would be in the final, and fortunately you were able to beat Amherst 7-1. Obviously there was many contributors to that victory, and that dominating win over Amherst put the Cats into the championship for a rematch that following morning against Barnstable. So knowing that they were up against this team that, you know, in the past they had outshot these guys 56-33, the coaching team got together, they came up with a different strategy, and they made some player changes in terms of positions, and their game plan would prove to be very, very successful as they came out on top with a thrilling victory and were able to become officially state champions. So as you can see here tonight, it's been a long history to get to this point. The main part of their team was their chemistry and their strength of defense and being there for each other to give their offense enough firepower to keep that puck moving in the offensive zone as much as possible. And basically, in summary, I think the best way to summarize this is that Coach McCurry said that this team is probably the most talented team that he has ever seen come out of Wilmington youth hockey. These kids are really, really talented, but perhaps most importantly, they are an unselfish group, and they are all great teammates to one another. So at this time, I'd like to offer a round of applause to congratulate you. So it is a large group, and I apologize that some of you are standing. I want to be respectful of giving this the due recognition. Typically what we do is we offer all members of this board an opportunity to speak. Before I do that, I would like to give the floor to Coach McCurry. If you would like to say a few words on behalf of your team, if you'd like to come forward. and then step back with your players and other coaches, and then board members will offer comments. And then I do have certificates on behalf of the board for each athlete, which we will present individually, and then we'll take a group photo at the end. Okay, so Coach McCurry, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you, Judy. I'm glad you don't have to ask the questions like you did 5 years ago. It was a little difficult being in front of a large group, but I do have to say, these kids were very unselfish. They were hungry all year. They gelled. They were really good teammates. I can't say enough good things about these kids, and I'm just proud to be a part of what these guys really accomplished. They didn't even know what they really did, and it was the 7th in Wilmington history. Can't be any more prouder than these guys, you know. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to open it up to fellow board members. I'll start on my left and work my way across the room. So,
Thank you.
Ms. Maselli.
Well, congratulations to all of you. I've had first-hand experience with, I think, 4 out of 5 of these coaches, but all of the coaches where my son has played for Coach Ray and Bob and Dave, and it starts with coaching. I mean, these kids, I agree, are talented. They're a great group, but it starts with coaching. And again, I know the level of respect and what you require from your team, and the way you do it. And it's a winning formula. Even if you don't win the state championship, it was always great. The games were great. The coaching's great. And I know as a parent, I respected that and respected all of you. So for all of the coaches, the parents, and especially the boys, the young men, congratulations. We are also very proud of you. This is a great sports town, a fantastic hockey town, and just know that we are so very, very proud of you. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Hockey's not an easy sport. And it's a sport that you have to rely on your linemen, your teammates, your coaches. You have to listen, but you have to be in phenomenal condition. And I just congratulate you. It's an event that you should be proud of and you'll remember for years to come. Congratulations to the coaching staff for putting together these fine men, and congratulations to the players for what they've put in to become champions. Again, congratulations, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Town Manager Hull.
It sounds like a real amazing story that Chair O'Connell referenced. Just the true grit trying to get there to the end, and I'm guessing it had to have been a phenomenal game in Barnstable to come up short on the first time and not get totally psyched out the second time. I think a couple of things. One is clearly you as players had the positive attitude to pursue them the second time around, even if you came up short on the first. And the other piece had to have been a masterful plan change on the coaching end of things to change it up enough to take advantage of perhaps a few of their weaknesses. And so it sounds like a real a heck of a game. And I think one of the things that it demonstrates is just your ability to believe in yourself, believe in your coaches, and believe in your teammates. And what you've shown here in terms of the tenacity and the ability to work as a team, those kind of traits will carry with you for the rest of your life. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Guys, congratulations. Obviously, we're really proud of you. I think the whole town is really proud of you, and what a great group of coaches and student athletes. I say students because I won't single them out, but I do have some of you guys in class, Coach, so I can assure you they are also very good students. But I won't single them out. But we're really proud of you. What a great accomplishment. We look forward to seeing you back here when you win at the high school level as well. And so, best of luck. I hope this won't be the last championship you win. I know it'll be, this is just a beginning for a lot of you. I know this will be the first of many championships along the way. So I wish you all well. And to the coaches, I can't thank you enough. It's part of the reason Wilmington's so great. We have people step up and volunteer at different places, and it's real difficult to find youth coaches nowadays, never mind real quality youth coaches like you guys are, and it's a great example of why Wilmington's so great, because we have people stepping up like you guys and helping out these fine young men. So my congratulations to all of you, and I wish you well in the future.
Madam Chair, it's been all said, but I want to say it as well. I'm certainly proud of you. I know that the community at large is proud of you and of your accomplishments. It takes a lot of commitment to skate and play hockey. I know now it's a year-round sport. It's not just a seasonal sport. So, and I'm sure that you guys have a lot of thank yous to extend as well to your parents, to your friends that take you to practice and take you to the games, and big thank yous to your coaches for sure for their commitment and dedication to you. But certainly no lack of offense. 7-1, 9-1, outstanding. You guys should be proud of working together, teamwork, dedication. It all ties in. And I can't wait for you to go up to the next level. Certainly the Wilmington High School hockey program is going to benefit from your talents. And once again, congratulations and best wishes. And I hope you keep going. Thank you for what you've accomplished and what you've provided to the town. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as chair, I'd like to offer some similar comments as well. I know it's all been said, but I can't be more sincere when I say congratulations to each and every one of you. Hockey is a labor of love. It's a sport like no other. It develops a kinship and a sense of family amongst friends like no other sport that I've seen. I've never played the sport myself, but my extended family has, and the way it unites people and brings spirit together amongst people is unmatched by many other sports. You bring a great source of pride to Wilmington. You are a reflection of this community. You have put 01887 on the map. I just want to share with you that these friendships that you have can last a lifetime, and that this is giving you great life lessons that will be transferable in your life, throughout your life. And even now at 48 years old, when I'm up against it, I think about my athletic experiences and what adversity has taught me on and off the field. And I believe in many instances you will all do the same. To the parents, I want to offer congratulations to all of you. I know the sport brings a whole social and family regard for you as well, that you've developed some strong community friendships and have a blast going away to tournaments and spending time together. And it just brings something to the table for everyone to enjoy as a family. It's an expensive sport. It requires a lot of time. It requires driving great distances. And I think you all collectively as a group that are here tonight have done this in championship fashion, and you should be congratulated. To the coaches, thank you very much for your volunteerism. Whether you have a child in the program or not, it doesn't matter. You've shown up every day. You've been a leader for these kids. You've served as a role model. I followed your path online. Mr. McCurry was very good about posting and making sure that the public knew about all the wonderful things that you were up to. And I was particularly pleased to hear about the battle helmet that you guys have as part of your team, and the fact that you've awarded it to your coaches, that you've awarded it to people around you. And it just speaks to the total team spirit. And I think today in 2022, I think every community needs team spirit of epic proportion, not just in sports, but in general. So thank you for being an example to children and adults as to how to come together as a community. Mr. McCurry, I don't want to single you out as one coach, but you are the head coach. And I know this started out with you being an uncle and wanting to serve a role to help your family kids participate in the sport of hockey, and then they all became your kids. So thank you for taking that head coach position and assembling a coaching staff that you all collectively deserve equal credit, because I know he could not do this without the respective coaches. So once again, thank you very much for being here tonight, and congratulations to all of you. I'm going to present each student athlete with a certificate. I just want to read one of them. It says the town of Wilmington at the top, and it's stating in recognition of your exceptional performance as a member of the Wilmington Youth Hockey Bantam 1 team. You are 2021-2022 Massachusetts Bantam State Championships champions rather. It's being presented to you on this 23rd day of May 2022. It's signed by Town Manager Jeffrey Hull as well as myself as Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. So I'm going to call you up, or the manager's going to call you up individually. I'll present you with your certificate. If you can make kind of a line across, and then we'll have a group photo with my fellow board members, and then we'll dismiss you for the evening.
Starting with Colin J. Allard. David Anderson. Ryan Archer. Jake Arsenal. Brady Cabral. Nathan Cables. Luke Cushing. Benjamin Gibbons. Nolan Guthrow. Camden Gray. Cameron Kelly. Tyler Moreno. Emric O'Brien. Matthew O'Brien. Cameron Sajay. Michael Spitz. Sean Tierney. Raymond Mercury. Jared Cabral. Richard Hayden Jr. David Crowley. Robert Dodge.
this time, I'd like to move on to our next scheduled appointment, which is a recognition of Gerald Duggan as a member of the Historical Commission. Mr. Duggan. Mr. Duggan, good evening. If I can just have you sit up at the table over here, that would be appreciated so we can honor you this evening. Good evening, Mr. Duggan. Thank you so much for taking the time to come out and see us tonight. We wanted to take this opportunity as a board and as a town to compliment you and recognize you for your years of service dedicated as a member of the Historical Commission. Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Wonderful.
Also, I have to throw in that I was also a 22-year member of the Wilmington Fire Department also.
Yes, so I appreciate you sharing that with me because in preparation for this evening, I had asked our executive assistant, Bev Dalton, to assist me with learning all about the wonderful things that you have done throughout the years here in the town of Wilmington. So you served as a Wilmington firefighter from 1969 to 1991 and retired. Thank you very much for your service to our community. In addition, you served on the Wilmington Historical Commission from 2003 to 2022 with distinction. In addition, you took particular pride in ensuring that the Scale Keeper's House, which was initially on Glen Road near the corner of Middlesex Ave, and then later moved to Middlesex Avenue near the Congressional Church, and the DPW garage, the so-called Moth House, was cleaned and decorated for the holidays. I also learned that with the Duggan family residing in Wilmington for many generations, you are a resource to both the curator and to the commission members about Wilmington's past. Additionally, you volunteered many hours attending historical commission meetings, deciding on upkeep of the Harmden Tavern, and discussing plans for events. Apparently, you were involved in many discussions about replacing the shutters on the tavern, as it was a standing joke that he would mention he was a little tired of continuously talking about the replacement of the shutters. That must be an inside joke. And then you also played a very important role in ensuring that future generations and residents new to Wilmington have access to Wilmington's vibrant past. And for these reasons and many more, we thank you. So prior to providing you with this certificate of acknowledgement and recognition, I'd like to offer my fellow board members an opportunity to speak with you and offer some comments of congratulations. So at this time, I'd like to start to my right with Selectman Kyra.
Mr. Duggan, I want to thank you for your years of service. It's not easy to step up and volunteer for sure. And you are a person of integrity and you've done so much for the town. You're a green thumb, I think, as well, because I go by your house occasionally. I won't say where it is, but I see a beautiful yard with beautiful flowers, and I'm sure that that's you that's out there doing all that work. But your dedication to the town is really second to none, and I want to thank you for what you've given to the community. And you'll be missed, but I'm sure that they'll probably call on your assistance if needed. And I can't imagine that you would say no.
100 miles away.
Oh, you're 100 miles away?
Yeah.
Where you've moved?
Well, that's for 5
What-
months.
Oh, okay,
Then it'll be 1,500 miles away
okay.
in the bad weather.
Well, that's good. Hopefully I'll be able to swing back and forth too. But thank you for
Thank you.
what you've done, your dedication.
Selectman
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Duggan, thank you so much for being here tonight, and thank you for your service, not only on the fire department, but after serving on the fire department, you continue to give back to your community in the form of volunteerism. And I think you just serve as a shining example to younger people who want to get involved and just how things should be done. And I really appreciate all the work, and I know a lot of our residents do too. And so we wish you well in your retirement, long and healthy retirement, wherever that may be. Even if it's a few weeks out of Wilmington, we'll allow it. I think you've earned it. And I hope you enjoy that warm weather down there. But again, thanks for being such a fine example for all of us who volunteer to help out for the town. And you showed us the right way to do things, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Town Manager Hull.
It's been said, but certainly want to emphasize your dedication both to the fire department and really working over those many years, 22 years, to respond to folks in harm's way. Certainly a challenging position for anybody who's been there. We appreciate that service. And then to be volunteering for 19 years, volunteers are hard to come by, and we appreciate your dedication to the town and also your real strong desire to preserve and protect and present Wilmington's history. So thank you.
Selectman DePalma.
Congratulations. As my colleagues have said, it's impressive. All your years in the fire department, you decide to retire, and you decide to stay in Wilmington and help Wilmington preserve its history. I can't think of another better way to say it, but just thank you very much. And hopefully someone takes your place that you will be able to help and assist to keep Wilmington's history alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan, for your service to our community. Not only to protect its residents during your time with the fire department, but volunteering your time with the historical committee. You clearly care a lot about our town and its people, and it shows. So I want to thank you, and your legacy will continue with everything you've done with the historical committee, and hopefully the next person that takes your place will continue that and volunteer just as long. So thank you so much, and best of luck in your retirement.
Thank you. So at this time, I would like to present a certificate of appreciation that I would present to Gerald R. Duggan in grateful recognition for your outstanding contributions, exceptional performance, and dedicated commitment to the highest standards of excellence as a member of the Historical Commission. Your character and leadership are exemplified by the work and dedication you have unselfishly provided to the town and its residents. And it's offered to you on behalf of this board. All 5 members have signed it, and it's offered to you as the members of the Board of Selectmen on this evening, May 23rd, 2022.
The last comment I want to make is to give thanks to a fellow brother firefighter, Lieutenant Gary Robichaud, and I did a road trip to Amish, Pennsylvania to get the only place that they make wagon wheels, which the hand tub, which you haven't seen out for a while, but it's still in town. That was my stipulation. That they couldn't take it anyplace else. We got it back from a museum, restored it, and hopefully someone will step in and take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to our next scheduled appointment, which is with Matt McGovern of MAG Retail Holdings HNW LLC, doing business as McGovern Hyundai Route 93. This is a public hearing, and it is for a request to obtain a Class 1 vehicle sales license for the property located at 271 Main Street in Wilmington. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Hi. So I have read the public hearing notice into the record, and at this point in time, I would like to entertain a motion to open the public hearing for purposes of considering a Class 1 vehicle sales license as described. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion's been made by, I'll say the Selectman, Maselli, would you like to second that? Selectman DePalma?
Yes, I will.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, the public hearing is now open. So at this time, I'd like to just offer some basic ground rules. Any comments that are going to be offered will be limited to the subject of the request. I will start with providing an opportunity for comments or a presentation from the applicant, which in this case is Mr. McGovern, followed by comments and recommendations from Town Manager Hull on behalf of the Wilmington Town Hall staff and personnel. And it will be followed by offering my fellow board members an opportunity to offer comments or ask questions. And then following that, I will ask members of the audience if you'd like to ask questions or to offer any sort of comments. All comments and questions should kindly be directed through me as chair, and I would be asking for your name and for your address for the record. At this time, I would like you to please state your name and address and your affiliation to the organization, please.
Yes, my name is Matt McGovern, and I live at 65 Commercial Wharf in Boston. You want me to continue on? Okay.
Please.
I'm the owner of McGovern Auto Group, which consists of 19 dealership locations in the greater Boston area. We represent 18 different brands, and this location we recently acquired from Mr. Scott Doobie at 271 Main Street. It's a Hyundai dealership, as you may know. So we continue to represent the Hyundai brand at that location, and we're seeking for the Class 1 license this evening.
Thank you for that. And then may I ask if you provided the certified receipts and green cards to Ms. Dalton?
Yes, I have them with me tonight.
If you can please provide them to Beverly, that would be appreciated. Mr. McGovern, are there any other comments that you'd like to make on your own behalf prior to opening up to the board members?
We're looking forward to operating in Wilmington. We represent, as I said, a lot of different brands. We have generally a very good relationship with all the communities we operate within, and we're looking forward to a lot of success in Wilmington, and looking to serve and sell everyone a Hyundai if possible.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to open it up to my fellow board members. I'll start on my right. Would anyone on the right side like to make any comments or have any questions?
No, I'm good, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anything here?
I would just say thanks for choosing Wilmington to do business, and the only question I have is there anything we could expect different, residents could expect that may be different than what we've been used to?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Excuse me, we can't hear you at all.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me now? I'll speak up. That's it. That's better. All right. Sure.
It's for the TV.
We are a very aggressive dealer group, so we will stock the dealership with lots of inventory, which I don't think has taken place in the past. Obviously, there's a very significant supply shortage of new vehicles these days, which we're responsible, or we can only do what we can do in terms of what Hyundai allocates us. So that will become more plentiful in the next probably year, 2 years. We'll have a lot more new vehicles available, but we are very aggressive on the used car front, so we will stock the store with probably 100 and 150 used vehicles at all times. And the previous ownership did not really approach it that way and had very few used vehicles in stock. So I know that the location was very, very successful years and years ago, and we're looking to return that type of success and level of sales volume to that location. We'll also be doing some significant capital improvements at the location. The Hyundai brand will suggest what they want the dealership to look like, which is what all other Hyundai dealerships look like. So they have their image program, which they will present to us, and then we will design a new facelift to the dealership, and probably an expansion of the service bays, at which point we'll come back to the appropriate people within Wilmington to seek approval for those changes. So that's kind of what you can expect there.
Thank you, and again, thanks for choosing Wilmington to do business.
Great, thank you.
Anything to my left? Go ahead.
Welcome to Wilmington.
Thank you.
As you know, you've taken over the former Doobie Hyundai, and we've seen or at least I've seen a deterioration of the property over the last few years. I also noticed, you know, such a lack of supply of any type of vehicles. I know that hurts business. And I've noticed that the landscaping has been very poorly taken care of also there over the last number of years. I hope you understand that there's, under zoning, I believe it is, there's no painting or work like such on the premises. And I do wish you the best of luck there. I know a number of people that do work there, and you got a good crew in the back end of it. And I know you'll be working with your all the neighbors in the area to make sure that you're working with them to make your dealership profitable. Again, congratulations for coming to Wilmington, and we look forward to seeing your brand.
Thank you.
I'm pretty much going to echo what my colleagues here have said, but appreciate you coming to Wilmington. I'm glad to see that, you know, another dealership is going to come in there. We won't have, you know, a vacant space, so that's great. And actually, my questions were relative to what Selectman Bendel and De Palma just said on capital improvements and, you know, the landscape and stuff, because that's really important. And but you've answered those questions, so I say congratulations, and we look forward to having a great relationship with you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I would turn it to the manager to provide any updates from staff and personnel within Town Hall.
Yes, just a couple of questions if I could. So is it my understanding that the principal use is the sale of new cars and used cars is incidental?
That is correct.
Okay. And the bays will be maintained for servicing under any warranties that you may have on the vehicles?
It will be for new vehicle warranties as well as used vehicle reconditioning when we make them available for sale, and any, you know, units in operation that are out there that are Hyundai vehicles in the area, we would love to have them, welcome them back to for any service repairs they need.
Thank you. So I have a recommendation from Police Chief Joseph Desmond, and that recommendation is upon review, the Wilmington Police Department recommends approval of the following Class 1 vehicle sales license renewal application for 2022 submitted by Matt McGovern. That is it. Actually, a second recommendation from the building inspector, Al Spalding. The building department has no issues with the Class 1 vehicle sales license submitted by Matt McGovern. Good to go.
Okay. So at this time, I'd like to open it up to the audience. Is anyone here to speak on this matter that would like to offer a comment or ask a question? Okay. Seeing none. Okay. At this time, I believe everyone has had an ample opportunity to speak. I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Okay. Unanimous. At this time, I will entertain a motion to grant the Class 1 vehicle sales license for the property located at 271 Main Street. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion been made, seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Good luck.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck. Just gonna pause for a brief moment. At this time, I'll move on to our next appointment that is scheduled. I appreciate we're running a bit off schedule here. It is with Kristen E. Costa, consultant for LA Associates, Inc., and Michael J. Newhouse, Esquire, regarding Baldwin Landing affordable housing proposal located at 79 Nickel Street in Wilmington. Good evening, Kristen and Michael. I appreciate your patience in waiting for this to come up on the agenda. If it's okay with you, I'd like to just make a few comments to the body, just to kind of set the stage, because I do see that we have an audience here, and just explain how this agenda item came to be, talk a bit about the framework of how this is going to unfold this evening, and certainly we'll share with you how you will be able to participate this evening. So I, as the chair of the board, had received a letter directly from Mass Housing on May 17th of 2022. I immediately picked up the phone and called Town Manager Hull to let him know that I was in receipt of a proposal for Baldwin Landing that was indicating that that Mass Housing was currently reviewing an application for site approval submitted by Golden Realty Trust, who is considered the applicant, for a proposed development which consists of 20 units of rental and homeownership housing on approximately 4.36 acres of land located at 79 Nickel Street in Wilmington. And then further on, I received a package in my Board of Selectmen package this Friday that had a very comprehensive package and letter from Kristen Costa, who is the consultant for the applicant, basically reiterating and stating what this Mass Housing letter had stated, and certainly was very kind in offering to meet with me as well as any other town officials to offer any additional information about the client plans. So in speaking with Jeff and setting up the agenda for the Board of Selectmen, it was discussed about having the consultants and the attorney in, as we are being asked as a board and as a town to provide comments back to Mass Housing by a deadline of Friday, June 17th. What I want to share with the public is that the Board of Selectmen does not have a vote on this project. We do not have the ability to approve or deny this project. The reason why we are here tonight is to allow the applicant team to present their proposal. We will have the ability to ask questions. We will have the ability to provide opinions if we so choose. And then it will, we will, as a town, submit a comment letter back. And then if they receive a letter of eligibility, then they would formally go through the comprehensive permit process and then go before the Wilmington Zoning Board of Appeals. So you will, as members in the community, have an opportunity to speak tonight, so I want to let you know that you will. And we do have town personnel here. Our Planning and Conservation Director, Valerie Gingrich, as well as some other town personnel are here to assist in this regard. So I appreciate the opportunity to put that forward, and at this time I'd like to turn it over to Kristen and to Michael, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to you and to the members of the board and to the audience. If I may, Madam Chair, we have provided, as you've noticed, handouts to the members of the board and to the town manager. We have copies of those handouts in the back. We have a stack if folks are interested and want a point of reference. There should be enough there for the folks in the audience. I'd be happy to put it wherever the chair prefers.
Yep, wherever you think it's in the best interest for most people to be able to see it would be fine.
And Madam Chair, for your information, for the information for the folks that are here, anything that's on this board is available in the handout, as much as for the television as well. That's the purpose for the posters.
Thank you.
Yes, you did. I will go through that. We'll go through that. All right, Madam Chair, I'll be very brief. Again, my name is Michael Newhouse. I'm an attorney with offices at 80 Main Street here in Wilmington. And as you indicated, I'm joined here this evening with Kristen Coster of LA Associates, who's a permitting agent and consultant for the developer in this case. The developer is a trust, but the equity owner is Jim Mangano. And when I reference the owner, that's to whom I'm referring. Before handing the mic to Kristen, I did want to acknowledge the comments that you made. I appreciate the fact that the invitation was made to us to be here this evening. We fully recognize that the process is alien to most people in the general public. We recognize that while there's no legal requirement for you to hold this meeting, nor is there any legal requirement for us to participate and attend, we do appreciate your efforts as the chair and the board's efforts and the town administration's efforts to be as transparent as possible with folks. If nothing else, this gives us an opportunity to discuss the very preliminary plans of the project. I underscore the word preliminary. The nature of this process is such that the plans before you are conceptual in nature. Over the course of the coming weeks, the developer and his team, most notably an engineering firm, will develop more specific plans that would be submitted to the Board of Appeals, as you mentioned earlier. And it's the Board of Appeals that has jurisdiction on behalf of the town to review those plans and to take recommendations from all of the town departments, town officials, other boards. And then in the meantime, recognizing, particularly because the chief elected officer of the town is the person who actually authors the comment letter to Mass Housing, we certainly wanted to be available to you as the chief elected officer and your colleagues here on the board. So I just wanted to reiterate some of the points that you had made and to acknowledge that we're happy enough to be here. We understand that folks are concerned when anything is proposed and potentially to be developed in their neighborhood. We appreciate that. We will endeavor to answer the questions as candidly and as thoroughly as we can. So with that, I would ask Kristen to walk us through the preliminary development plans.
Thank you. Kristen Costa with LA Associates, permitting agent. As Michael mentioned, thank you, Madam Chair, and the board members and the audience for attending and listening to our description of the project. So as was noted, the site that the project's proposed on is address of 79 Nichols Street. The parcel measures approximately 4.36 acres, which is just shy of 190,000 square feet. And we have two kind of site boards here. One is kind of more aerial, showing where the site is located, and then a GIS tax map to show the site in relation to its abutting parcels. So the site itself does have a wetland system, pretty much located centrally in the site. Kind of bisects the front and back. It has been, the wetlands have been delineated, and a notice of intent was issued on a previous project. So the resource areas have been confirmed, okay? That's important. Together with the mass housing application, one of the attachments we're required to submit is a plan that's called a by right plan. And what that is basically a plan showing the potential development of the project, of the site, under current zoning, what is allowed by right, okay? So that plan is up. I can't see it, but I believe it's outlined in orange. And it illustrates that by right, potentially 5 single-family homes could be put on this parcel. Next to it, or on the second board, what we have is our site plan. And our site plan, or proposed conceptual plan, is a hybrid. It's residential in the front and rental building in the back. 4 3-bedroom single-family homes in the front and an apartment building housing 16 apartments in the rear of the property. Of those units, one of the single-family homes would be offered as affordable, and 4 of the apartment units would be offered as affordable. Now, because rentals are all counted toward the town's subsidized housing inventory, the town would recognize the 16 apartments in the one single-family home toward their housing inventory count. So that's important. And then I think next we have the, thank you, Michael, an illustration, or actually photos of sample plans for both the single-family homes and the apartment building. And these are samples to just kind of give you a sense of what we're looking to do. The homes are about 22 to 2,200 square feet, 3 bedrooms. And so, because we do understand that of the many concerns people have, density seems to be one of the bigger ones, or one of the important ones. So we took the time to put together a kind of a table on your handout that you have kind of at the bottom of the first page that does a comparison of recent 40B projects that have been brought before Wilmington, just to compare our project, to give you a sense of the density. And at just under 9,500 square feet per unit, this project, in terms of a 40B, is not really that, as dense as most. Like I said, there's a comparison here. I won't walk through the whole table, but that's the point we're trying to get across, that although it may appear 20 units sounds like a lot, and I'm sure you have concerns of that, but in the 40B world and those types of things, projects with, much higher density is, what's generally put on a site this large. So that's important. And then at the back, and I won't walk through it, but the anticipated timeline, it was here that we wanted to share. Madam Chair was kind enough to walk through some of that with you, and this just gives everyone a sense of when we expect to be filing with the zoning board, should we receive eligibility from Mass Housing. So again, we're happy to answer any questions. I don't know that you need to walk through the timeline, but we're happy to. Did I miss anything?
Well, I guess what I would simply add is just to take a step back at the bigger picture in terms of the process, and for the benefit of some of the folks here. The first step of the process is to apply for site eligibility with Mass Housing. That is the application that we have submitted as a team, and which we did I think on May 13th, it was mid-May. So that starts the clock ticking for the town to submit a comment letter to Mass Housing as to the site eligibility. After that process is complete, which takes a minimum of 30 days, but usually a little bit more, that's when the permitting process and the engineering process and the architectural process really begins in earnest in front of the Board of Appeals. So again, just as a big picture item, where we are in the preliminary stage of awaiting Mass Housing to issue a site eligibility letter, which then gives us standing to apply to the Board of Appeals. And I'd be remiss if the gentleman that helped us with the easements had a quick question, so I'm not going to get through our initial comments here without answering it. The access to the site would be via Nichols Street. There would be, if you look at the site plan that's in the handout, the 4 single-family residential houses would be located at what I would refer to as the front of the site at Nichols Street. And then the 16-unit, predominantly 1-bedroom with two bedroom units, would be what I refer to as the back of the site that is adjacent to the, or closer to the Jakes Lane neighborhood.
That's the farm thing right there. Do you live in this town?
I do, and I'd be happy, Madam Chair. I'm sure there are,
And I
I'm sure there are
appreciate- I
comments and
appreciate that.
recommendations.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I understand that you're gonna certainly have an opportunity to speak, but we have to go through a certain procedure.
Before you end this meeting, right?
Excuse me?
The clock's ticking before you end the meeting. I mean, we all get a chance to speak, but I'm not out of time, are we?
I've been here till after midnight on occasion, so certainly we'll, you know, but I'm simply stating that, there has to be some civility as we unfold this and give everybody an opportunity.
The fact this is even considered is not civil. Common sense.
Right, with all due respect, sir, I'm certainly gonna give you an ample opportunity to speak, but just as a professional courtesy, I'd like to have some decorum as we unfold this meeting. So just to explain how this is gonna work, I'm gonna roll this out to my fellow board members. I think it's important to give a narrative as to how this came to be. And if I can get the indulgence of the applicants here, there was some reference to Baldwin, Jefferson Place, and to West Street. The Jefferson Place references the Eli's property that the town had been working with that applicant for a friendly 40B. That is stalled right now based on a 10-resident appeal, and it is tied up in court. And as a result of not being able to obtain a building permit within a year, those units no longer could count towards the town's 10% of affordable housing stock. So that left the town vulnerable to what are deemed unfriendly 40B projects, such as West Street, and also what is being proposed here tonight. So that is how this came to be, that we are in this situation. So there have been letters that have been sent out to members of the board. I've received several that I've responded back to. I know other board members have as well. We're trying to roll this out systematically and give everybody an opportunity to speak. It does take time to do that. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to my fellow board members, starting to the left, and see if you have any questions or comments to the applicant.
I don't. I'd like to open it up to the residents and then comment afterwards personally.
Okay, Mr. DePalma.
Gary DePalma, as a resident, I am opposed to this. This project is going into a residential neighborhood, a dense residential neighborhood, with traffic issues. There's been traffic issues going on there for quite a while, and I know some residents have been working with our police department to try to get it resolved. I look at this and I see 4.36 acres of land, when in fact only 1.5 acres, if I'm not mistaken, are usable. Am I correct on that?
You are correct that of the 4.36 acres, approximately 2 3/4 acres are wetlands, and those wetlands have already been delineated. That is correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I look as John Q. Public, and I say 1.5 acres of land, and you're gonna put 20 apartments? I understand densities, but still, we go back to, this is a residential neighborhood, a dense residential neighborhood with traffic issues. It doesn't fit. I would be more than happy to support a project like this in another part of town that didn't have a residential issue. But why should single homes have to suffer to have 20 apartments put there? I don't think anybody that lives in that area would have ever thought that they'd be building 20 apartments. I respect the design, but I also must say it does not fit. I hope that Mass Housing realizes this, and if not, I hope that we can kill it in the planning board. No disrespect to the developer or the attorneys. I just don't feel that this is a good place for this. You want to put up a couple of houses? Fine, I don't think anybody would object. But to sit there and cram 20 apartments down a residential area's throat is just not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everybody. I have just a quick comment, and then I have a couple questions for the applicant, if I may. Thank you. First of all, I noticed that it's referenced here on page 1, the unit count and density comparison, and there's been some talk about Jefferson Road, so I felt kind of obligated to just piggyback on what the chair has already commented on. But for those of you who probably already know that back in 2019, we were approached by a developer who wanted to put a friendly 40B in there. The town was successfully able to negotiate the size down. We were able to negotiate a MassWorks grant to bring sewer up to North Wilmington. And again, for reference, I'm talking across from Eli's, next to the train station behind the gas station. And we were also able to secure a donation or commitment of a donation for $250,000 to a future North Wilmington fire substation. And so I just wanted to point that out, and ultimately, as the chair mentioned, that was appealed. That would have kept us above 10%. That was appealed by a very small group of residents, 10 I believe is the exact number. Therefore, we find ourselves here today. So I just wanted to be clear about that, having been the chair at that time and entertained that project. Although the project wasn't perfect, I thought it was a nice solution for us to keep above 10%, but as of January 1, we find ourselves in the present situation. So having said that, because it was referenced, I felt obligated. I do have a couple questions. Ms. Costa, Mr. Newhouse, first on the comment period, I noticed on the first page, anticipated project line, June 13th, town comment period. I would imagine a lot of people have questions about how they may comment. Perhaps you could, how would Mass Housing be soliciting these comments? Do you have any insight for that for us?
The comment letter that the Mass Housing is looking for would come from Madam Chair. And generally it would be collective input from tonight and town departments, I imagine, but I don't believe it's meant to be direct resident comment. Am I right, Michael? Yeah.
I would agree with that, and that's, speaks to one of the points that I made when we first sat down, is that I can appreciate the fact that when the chief elected official and this board is called upon to make a comment, that that this board invites the public in. It's not necessarily done that way in a lot of places, in a lot of situations. And it's difficult on the residents who want to have their voice heard to, they have to take the time to be here, and Madam Chair and the board is taking the time to be here, and so we'll take the time to be here. But Ms. Costa's answer is correct. The process is not a process that many people find to be sensible or reasonable. The fact of the matter is that on the front end of this process, there is very limited input, but also recognize that this first step is really just a preliminary item. The real nuts and bolts and the real engineering and so forth, architecture, all that stuff is addressed in the application to the Board of Appeals.
Thank you. And so the Mass Housing that would have to approve the application also, correct? Mm-hmm. During that application, and I know this is part of the process, but is there any additional hearings at the state level at the Mass Housing group? I don't want to call it board.
No, they'll do a site walk, which is noted.
They'll do a site walk, which is open to the public.
Right, and then they'll take the comments. And then they'll, and of course, review the application itself, and then determine,
Okay. Thank you. Forgive me, this is new to me too.
It's fine.
But on the site walk, you just mentioned they'll take the comments. Is there comments welcomed at that site walk, or?
Not generally. It's more, I've been on them. It's more for the state to get eyes on the project.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm sure it could be a little bit of back, but it wouldn't be, something organized like this. It certainly wouldn't be formal as far as comments, period, if you will. But it is a public,
Right.
situation, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And so the Mass Housing application, based on this timeline you've outlined, that means that they would approve that sometime in June or July, you're expecting, is that?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
By regulation, it can't be in less than the 30 days.
Right.
And in the real world, it's taking a little bit longer than that. So our timeline is based on what Mass Housing's review periods have looked like recently, and that timeline is also aware of the town's typical review process, which most notably includes the Board of Appeals because they take the vote, but there's input from a variety of places.
And then, Madam Chair, if I may, I see our Director of Planning and Conservation here. If I could just ask a question to her through you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gingrich, I hate to put you on the spot, but I see you here. So once the application if the application is approved by Mass Housing, it would have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Would Conservation Committee also weigh in on that?
Valerie Gingrich, Director of Planning and Conservation. I'll talk like this. I don't think. Okay, so I'll talk loud. Valerie Gingrich, I'm the Director of Planning and Conservation. Yes, that's right. So all of the way the comprehensive permit works is all of the local permits get combined into one permit with the Zoning Board of Appeals, except for the Conservation Commission review, which would still happen as typical.
Thank you for that. Would that happen after Board of Appeals made a ruling or before?
It often happens around the same time. It really kind of depends on the applicant's preferred timeline.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm just trying to get an idea of the timeline and the process, and I think, I too, thank you, Valerie, very much. I too, but a lot of.
Can you repeat what she said?
We can't hear anything, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. That microphone, as Don mentioned, is for the TV. So yeah, I think she mentioned that I asked the question if the Conservation Committee would weigh in. The answer was yes, essentially, that they would be weighing in. Then I asked when. It would be about the same time as the Zoning Board of Appeals makes the determination if they take it up. So I'm trying to get an idea of the timeline so people are aware. Some of the questions that I received, via email this weekend, so I want to make sure I can get back to folks with the accurate information. And then finally, Madam Chair, the questions I have for Ms. Costa is that I mentioned earlier, and you referenced it on the sheet about Jefferson, they had planned to commit to making a contribution to the town. If this project was to go through, would you be committing any funds towards a future fire station?
That would be up to our client, the applicant. We haven't had that discussion, It's very preliminary, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may, I apologize for interrupting, but I think that I can also add some additional information to the response to one of the questions that was just asked with regard to the Conservation Commission. So oftentimes the permitting that goes through the Conservation Commission consists of two distinct components, one being a delineation of the wetlands and identifying precisely on the ground where the wetlands exist and where they do not exist, and then a surveyor reduces those flags to paper and a plan. And then there's the notice of intent, which provides enough detail about the project which would enable the Conservation Commission to condition the development in a manner that's consistent with the State Wetlands Act and other regulations and laws that protect the environment. In this case, the wetlands has already been delineated, and so that is not something that we would have to do. We have to do it, but it's already been done. There also was an order of conditions that was issued for a different development plan for this site, and that wouldn't cover this development. So we would, in fact, have to file another notice of intent. And we would anticipate doing that amidst the Board of Appeals process, as Ms. Gingrich had surmised.
Thank you. Mr. Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here and providing us that presentation tonight. And I don't think we'd probably be here, actually, if a group of 10 individuals didn't appeal a decision on Princeton Properties, which is across the street from Eli's, where 108 units were going to be developed and keep us above the 10% housing stock. But unfortunately, it didn't materialize, and now we're faced with what they refer to as forced 40B housing. And one of those is on West Street. Initially, I believe it was proposed for 50 apartments. Now it's up to 132 apartments off of West Street. So I wonder if this didn't happen, would this project be coming to us tonight to show the residents what's taking place? So if you weren't able to force in this development, would you be here tonight? Probably not, but that's just my opinion. It says here that the Mass Housing must determine that the site of the proposed project is generally appropriate for residential development, and that the conceptual project design is generally appropriate for the site. In my view, I think not, but that's my own view. And I don't know what Mass Housing is going to come up with their viewpoint. But to follow up on one of Mr. Bendel's questions to Ms. Gingrich, if Mass Housing approves this because they determine the site appropriate for residential development, what's the likelihood that when it gets to the Board of Appeals that it be denied? Is a forced 40B looked at differently when it comes to the regulatory boards in the community where they have no choice to deny it?
Ms. Gingrich?
That's a difficult question for me to answer. Really, each project is reviewed by the Zoning Board of Appeals, and they will be the ones to decide whether it's denied or approved. I will say, though, that if a community is below 10% with their affordable housing, on appeal of a denial, there has to be some really great reasons for denial, or it would be overturned. That's the sort of the general way that it happens.
Thank you. And we're what, about, because of that appeal that took place when we had the friendly 40B in 2019 and the subsequent court case, and then the conservation and DEP and what is it? EPA all said that 108 units on Princeton properties was a go, and then it was appealed. And so that puts us below the 10% by what? What are we at now? 9.72? Is that correct? I mean, just a smidge below, right?
Well, it's actually we're in a limbo time right now where they're using both old 2010 census numbers. They haven't issued the 2020 numbers yet, so we're somewhere from 27 to 80 units short. So it's quite a range because of those different numbers, but we are 9 point something percent at this time.
Right. Now, just a question, yeah, just a question also regarding the site. My understanding in doing some research that initially the site was going to be for single-family houses. Is that correct?
Yes, I was not involved in that process, but you have the same understanding as I do, that the developer initially proposed 5 single-family homes.
Right.
Yes.
And I believe, if my intel serves me correct, those 5 single-family homes that they were looking for sewer to be put in over there, and that they came to the town and wanted to put an easement through conservation land in order to tie into the sewer, and the town rightfully, and thank goodness, said no to going through conservation land to tie into sewer. So Is that accurate, you know?
I couldn't say for sure. But
So-
what I would say is that certainly the plan was to connect to sewer, as is the current plan now.
Yeah. And so with the current plan to connecting to sewer, would that be going through conservation land?
We'll have to develop the engineering. When you say through conservation land, I'm not sure if it'll require the notice of intent. There's different ways to do it. I can only say that from the developer's standpoint, we will be able to make a sewer connection to the municipal system.
So to the conservation director, if because of a forced 40B situation, does Mass Housing say to you that they can bring sewer through conservation land?
So Mass Housing wouldn't say that to the town. That would be reviewed during the ZBA process. And sounds like a legal question that we would want to get guidance on whether, and to clarify, conservation land, there's a strip of town-owned protected conservation land along the canal that the prior proposal was proposing sewer through. And the opinion that we got at the time was that that land is protected conservation land, so it wouldn't be appropriate to put sewer through there. So that was the message back to that development team. So we would have to review that when it comes in as a proposal.
But if Mass Housing approved it, do you have an opportunity to deny it because of that?
So Mass Housing, their approval process is, they're looking for certain things that have to do with the development team, whether they're financially set up and organized in a way to proceed with their permitting. Mass Housing doesn't approve the actual project. They give an eligibility letter that says you are eligible to proceed into the permitting process. So the actual review and approval would be at the ZBA.
Okay, so unlike, let's say, the West Street project that's forcing in a sewer in a non-sewer district, which is taking then from our emergency sewer allotment, is this looked at the same way? Is this in an area that's part of the sewer district, or are they going to be taking from that emergency allotment as well to connect?
This parcel is not in the sewer district, so it would be a similar situation.
Okay. Right. Thank you. And just to get some more clarity on the apartment buildings that are in the back,
Yes.
right? And it's up near, what is it, Jakeworth Road? Is that the street that it abuts to?
Jake's Lane.
Jake's Lane
Jake's
is
Lane.
a development off of, is it Bridge Street or Road
Lake.
Ave?
Lake.
I'm sorry. Off of Lake Street. So Jake's Lane cul-de-sacs to the easterly boundary of this property.
And there's no talk of connecting that, is there?
We have not proposed any connection, and since the development, basically the houses that were developed along Jake's Lane, to my knowledge, there's no area to cut a street through there, if that's the question.
Yes. And the apartment complex in the back is, I'm hearing it's 4 stories, 20 apartments. Now, this is 16 apartments, so I believe you because you're proposing it. But is it 4 stories or 3 stories?
So what's on the table conceptually is 4 stories
4 stories.
with 16 units, which are 4 units on each story.
Okay.
It is, the objective is to have a building that looks very much like the property that exists on Church Street, and that's the photo that's included. Although be clear, the photo that's included is a three-story.
It's
version of
3 stories,
that.
yeah.
So we're proposing 4 stories with 4 units on each level. There are folks who have mentioned 20 apartments, and whether it's 16 or 20, I'm sure, to the thinking of many folks is a distinction without a difference. So I've not wanted to jump in and harp on that, but this is a convenient time to put it, as a point of fact, we are talking about 16 units, which would be apartment rentals, and 4 single-family homes, which would be owner-occupied homes. And 25% of every unit has to be an affordable unit, which is what enables the developer to avail himself of this state process. And so that's the formula that the developer in this case would meet. It would be 25% of the apartment units, which equals 4. It would be one of the residential single families out of the 4. And the other point I think that's worth making, and I know somebody made it earlier, but just to fill in the details a little bit, when it comes to the town's SHI, the inventory of affordable housing, if you will, essentially the 10%, somebody had asked the question, what is this 10%? And if the town, based on certain census data which Ms. Gingrich has talked about, if the town's affordable housing is below that 10%, if less than 10% of the residential units in your town are affordable, and there are complicated definitions of what's affordable and what counts and what doesn't, but the gist of it is, if you don't meet that 10%, then the developer can avail himself or herself of this process, and that's I think a little bit more information on that 10%.
Does that apply to all towns
And,
in the state?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Even ones that have so much industry in it?
So at this point, I just want to have people refrain from comments. We're just going to finish up with the Q&A here, and then we'll bring it to the audience.
Just to get to one of the Mass Housing Relationship Manager, Michael Busby, who made mention in his letter to us, as part of our review, we are soliciting comments from the local community, and we would appreciate your input. You also may wish to include in your response issues or concerns raised by other local boards, officials, or other interested parties. So it was brought up earlier by Ms. Costa that the community would not be involved in the response, but I would disagree with you because Mr. Busby clearly states that you can solicit comments from the local community, and I see many people here from the local community who would like to make some comments, and I would suggest that, and although the official letter comes from the chairman of the Board of Selectmen, and I'm sure from other boards, I'm sure that Ms. Gingrich will weigh in on it as well from the development standpoint and conservation standpoint, but I would encourage each and every one of you to put together a letter to accompany the letter from the chairman of the board. It'd probably be difficult to collate everything and get it all in one item, but it clearly states that you have a voice here, so use your voice, put it down on paper, and submit it to the chairman, and I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but and have it go along with the letter from this board and the other boards to the Mass Housing. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done at this point.
Mr. Bender.
All right, thank you. Through you, I have one final question for Ms. Gingrich, if I may. Valerie, you mentioned a couple minutes ago that you estimate, and I'm not quoting you here, but somewhere around 9.7, closer to 9.8. It's my understanding that the West Street project is in front of the Board of Appeals this coming Wednesday for a approximately 132 units. Hypothetically, if that project was to be approved by the Board of Appeals, would that put us above 10%?
Yes, it would. And so everyone knows, once the ZBA does approve a project, once the decision and approval is filed with the clerk, that puts us over the 10%, then we wouldn't have to accept any new applications to the ZBA.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, follow up on that?
Yes.
If I may. So Valerie, you mentioned any new applications. So that means that a developer can't come in and say at Sharapa Farms, put in 500 apartments or whatever. But this is not a new application, or is this a new application? So in other words, if the other units are approved, then is this a done deal, or is it a dead deal? How is?
Sure. So if let's say the West Street project is approved at the ZBA, if there's something that's already been submitted to the ZBA and is in progress, we would see that application through. Anything that has not been submitted to the ZBA would not have to be accepted, because we
Okay.
would be over the 10% with the approval of those units.
So then the next follow-up question to that, has this been forwarded to the ZBA?
No, so they have to go through the process with Mass Housing before they can submit to the ZBA.
Okay.
So I think the follow-up question to that, if I may jump in,
Sure.
is does the timeline of the West Street project, will it work out such that it could potentially be approved before this project gets far enough down the track to still be included?
That depends.
Timeline-wise, could West Street essentially be approved before these milestones are achieved for this project such that it would stall this?
That would be completely up to the ZBA.
Thank you.
Is that what you were getting at?
Yes.
Okay. So, as the last member to ask questions, I just want to go back quickly. As was mentioned, when I had received this letter, I just want to state my professional opinions that in getting, I understand Mass Housing wants the chief elected official to sign off on a comment letter. I could have had these meetings separate from having a public display, but I felt that in having this meeting with the applicant, it was the right thing to bring the public in so that you were all part of this meeting. That's what this is about, okay, for the presentation and for the Q&A. I personally believe that this process is flawed. It's very difficult for me to sign off on a comment letter when I never heard of the project until I received the letter. So the only way to do that is in a public session. Any chair would want to do this so that it's transparent to the public, okay? In addition, we're asked as elected members to give comments when it hasn't even gone before the Conservation Commission or before the Zoning Board of Appeals to get their professional opinion on the project either. That's not directed at this applicant. It's any applicant has availed themselves to this process. I believe that it's a state issue, and not to call him out, but for example, our state representative, Dave Robertson, is in the room, and there are some aspects of this 40B piece that really are at the state level. So this isn't just a local discussion. In my opinion, this is an issue at the state level, okay? And what happens when you have 40B projects, they can overrule local authority. And so I may be dismayed, you may be dismayed, we all collectively may be opposed to a given project, but the state supersedes in these instances, and unfortunately, that does occur. I understand the passion and the sentiments that people have. You know, our families, our livelihood, our homes, our quiet enjoyment, what's harmonious to our neighborhood. It's a very personal thing. It's a financial thing. People have a legacy in their community, and I respect that. I'm trying to do this in a civil fashion to be respectful of everybody in the room, and in doing so, that elongates meetings and it causes time to unfold, and I appreciate people's indulgence. I do have questions for the applicants, if I may. Specifically regarding what I picked up through this presentation, and I did have some conversation with the manager prior to tonight, as a matter of right, this area or this parcel would deem to be suitable for 5 single-family homes. Is that accurate, based on the illustration.
I believe that's accurate.
Okay. So has a previous proposal for 5 single-family units from this applicant been brought forward to the town at any point previously, historically?
Oh, yes, it's my understanding that the applicant went through what one would describe as the subdivision process.
Okay.
And that most notably includes a plan review by the planning board and, review of all kinds of technical data by a variety of administrative officials. Yes.
Okay. And so we have our town engineer, we have our planning and conservation. I'm just trying to get at the facts, so I know I'm spotting people, but I'd like to know, just for the record, why that project didn't go forward. I know there was discussion regarding sewer connectivity. Was a sewer extension approved to connect? And, was it specifically just the town-owned land crossover for conservation that's protected? That was the reason why that didn't go any further? Or were there other issues? And feel free to comment on any of those 2 items, as well as any other items that you would deem applicable to that conversation as to why this prior application didn't go forward.
Okay. My understanding, in terms of the sewer, my understanding is that the Water and Sewer Commissioners issued a decision in 2020 to authorize sewer connections and for 5 stubs. In addition to that, it's my understanding, I was not part of that process, but it's my understanding that there were also some, some other development-related issues that at one point it became clear to the developer that some sort of impasse had resulted. So that process didn't go anywhere.
Okay.
And the process stopped.
Do you feel at this time there's any consideration on the part of your developer that he would reconsider this proposal to go back to the 5-house proposal versus doing a 40B? Obviously, I have not given the audience a chance to speak, which I will do. But would they consider moving off of this proposal and going back to the 5 houses? The reason why I'm asking is because looking at the site and having driven by it, looking at the schematics, in my estimation, it's very tight. And, in my estimation, it's not a suitable location for an apartment building. And so I would be remiss, since we have the audience here, if there is any consideration to go back to the table and have any sort of discussions with the town about something different than what's being proposed.
I guess I would answer that question, Madam Chair, as follows. First of all, I will certainly bring it to my client. Haven't been instructed or authorized to make that representation, so I want to be careful about that. But, I certainly would bring it to Mr. Mangano, and I think he's the kind of guy that's always willing to talk and try and work on something that makes sense. With that said, I also want to be clear and candid with you that the timeline that Ms. Gingrich outlined, we are well aware of it. We're well aware of milestone dates that the development team needs to meet, and they're, in this day and age when technical professionals are very busy, fortunately there's commerce being done. We're aware of the time-sensitive nature of it, so we have to continue to move forward with this process. And in fact, we had to initiate this process in a timely fashion in order to make sure that our client is availed of, the opportunity that you're seeing in other locations in this town. So So the simple answer is I will bring it to my client. We also need to be careful that nothing that we do jeopardizes the standing that our client has to bring this forward. The regulations are, specific in terms of when you can have other projects filed and, withdrawn, approved, denied. All of that is relevant to the timeline that you have to follow with the regulations. So I would just say that I will certainly take that to my client. If the town believes it has the bandwidth to I'm sure there are folks in the town that understand better than I what the substantive issues might have been. And, maybe we can have a conversation that somehow is productive. I certainly would be fine with participating in that with my client.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open it up to the public. I'd like to preface this by stating that if you wish to speak, please come forward to the mic. You need to state your full name and your address, and I would ask that you direct all your questions and comments through me as the chair. I am asking for people to be civil and humane in their comments and keep it specific to the topic at hand. You're certainly welcome to ask any questions and seek to understand the nuances of this proposal. In no way, shape, or form will I accept any personal attacks towards anyone in the room. So please assist me with that. I want to be giving people an opportunity to speak, but I need your help in making sure that this goes in a very civil and respectful manner. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
I'm showing here that your site walkthrough is for some time in June. I just want to confirm that the May date, that May 31st, I believe there was a date, May 31st, for a walkthrough. That's not,
May 31st was listed in the letter that I
The
had
letter?
received, and that's what was sent out to the board. So the dates slightly differ. June 17th was the deadline for the comments, and it says that a site visit for Baldwin Landing has been tentatively scheduled for Tuesday, May 31st at 11 a.m.
And I'm sorry, what are you reading from?
This is a letter that's addressed to me directly from Mass Housing that is
Okay.
separate and distinct from the LA Associates package.
Right. I'm not even sure where I picked up on a date, but we were not notified of the site visit date, or if we were, I missed it, but I don't think so.
Sure.
So I defer to Mass Housing or whatever date
Okay.
they've selected, and we'll make
That
it
is,
that
that
day.
is the date, so it's Tuesday, May 31st at 11 a.m., and it's a tentative date as listed. And the contact person is Michael Busby. We do have an email for him as well that Beverly can certainly let you know that information. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Hugh Vandermark Jr. I'm at 81 Nichols. I had letters for all of you to follow. I'm not much of a public speaker. However, once I found out that you weren't voting on it, I took out some things that might have said about Election Day. Okay. All right. So,
Just want to speak nice and loud
Yep,
so that
absolutely.
everybody can hear you.
good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Hugh Vandermark Jr. I've lived at 81 Nichols Street for 25 years. I've been fortunate to raise my children in Wilmington and call this great town my home. Madam Chair and members of the board, believe me when I say I appreciate all the sacrifices you all make when you volunteer to sit in those chairs. I've had several friends in those chairs, and I realize the job's not an easy one. I would like to take a moment, because it's vital that you and the public become aware of how that property at 79 Nichols Street was acquired from my neighbor, Carolyn Osterberg. Carolyn lived alone and had no immediate family locally. She is remembered by residents here tonight delivering newspapers in her Hyundai. She was very self-sufficient until her last years on Nichols Street. I helped her with several issues and considered her a friend. We discussed her need for a will, and I recommended a few lawyers of whom I knew. As it happens, one of whom is here tonight, Mr. Mike Newhouse. Carolyn felt more comfortable with a female and settled on Carol Bisbee of Stoneham. She then made an appointment with Attorney Bisbee a few days later for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She left her home around 11. At 4:30 the following morning, Waltham police called me to inform me that they found her disoriented on Taunton Pond Road. She apparently drove around all night looking for familiar road signs. The officer explained to me that they transported her to Leahy Clinic for evaluation. I spoke with doctors and explained that she had no immediate family in the area and I would contact her sister in Illinois. The Leahy staff also contacted Attorney Bisbee. That morning, Attorney Bisbee met Carolyn for the very first time and had her sign over a durable power of attorney. Shortly after lunch, she placed Carolyn in a nursing home. Over the next few days, Attorney Bisbee and friends cleaned out Carolyn's home and took control of all her assets. The house and property were then sold to Golden State Realty without ever being placed on the market. I visited Carolyn in the nursing home, and her very last words to me, "Be careful, she'll take your house too." This is how we find ourselves in this place tonight, fighting to keep our tight-knit neighborhood community in place. I am the most directly affected abutter to any development at Nickel Street, at 79 Nickel Street. My home, my way of life, the peace of mind of my family, and more importantly, the value of my property, which I've worked hard for 25 years to improve, are all at stake tonight. I understand the town's dilemma in meeting the 40B 10% criteria. The proposal before you tonight is completely against what our and your neighborhood is all about. There are many projects and locations better suited in town for multifamily affordable housing that would benefit the town and its future residents. Madam Chair and members of the board, let me ask you this. How many cars are in your driveway tonight when you end your day? 3, 4? You, as representatives of the town, representatives of the residents of the town of Wilmington, are being asked to offer your observations and input on a 20-unit apartment building that could have as many as 70 cars on a 1.5-acre parcel shoehorned into a residential neighborhood made up of single-family homes. I've said this before. It's like shoving a horse into a mailbox, and I get to look at the part that doesn't fit. My house and land today would sell for at least $750,000. Is LA Consulting going to compensate me when in 2 years it's worth a fraction of that? This proposal not only affects my family, but all of my friends in the neighborhood and neighbors who are here tonight to voice their displeasure to you, our elected officials. If the developer chose to build 2 or 3 beautiful homes, they could start tomorrow with everyone's blessing. That, however, isn't possible because the developers aren't content with a modest profit. They want millions at the cost of your hardworking community. I believe a 40B parcel at St. Dorothy's was before the board some time ago. I don't remember Attorney Newhouse being a voice for such a proposal next to his house. I believe I have a way out for the board. The Middlesex Canal borders the entire length of 79 Nickel Street. That canal is well known as being a National Historic Site. It is highly likely that the project proposed tonight will impact a state and national historic treasure. The stalled 40B proposal in North Wilmington has set the bar as far as environmental impact. I believe the Middlesex Canal far exceeds any current proposals for environmental impact. I'll stand aside now and let others speak to the already obvious traffic nightmares on Nickel Street. But please remember this. Ultimately, the residents in here tonight don't have a vote on this proposal. I also now understand that this select board does not have jurisdiction over the project. However, we, the residents in this neighborhood, are asking you, our elected officials, to be our voice and advocates to the state of Massachusetts governing authority for these 40B projects and strongly voice the town's opposition to the project in this place. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I recognize the next speaker, I do understand that people have feelings and opinions, but I would ask people to refrain by making derogatory comments towards any individual in the room. These parties that have been invited here have come in, they have the right to make a living, they have the right to be paid for fee for service, they've been hired by the applicant, they have the right to make a living. So please refrain from characterizing their integrity and their character as to why they are working for a specific employer. Regarding comments, they need to be specific to the merits of this particular project, and that's where it should begin and end. And certainly Mr. Newhouse can speak for himself, but he was a member of the board when St. Dorothy's was acquired, and he worked tirelessly on behalf of the town to see that that became part of the town's inventory. And he did not do that for his own personal gain. He was not compensated for it, and he did it as a volunteer. So I'm not here to defend people in the room, but we need to be fair about what we're stating and why. And people do have the right to make a living in whatever capacity they happen to be in the attorney world and in the permitting business, and they've been hired to do a job, and that's what they're doing tonight. Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon, board, members of the audience. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
All right, yeah, I can carry pretty well. Dave Robertson, 7 Middlesex Avenue. I also have the privilege of being your state representative. To give a little context about why we're here tonight, 40B was now decades ago, sometimes about the 60s, passed by my predecessors in the legislature as an anti-NIMBY bill. It was something for someone like me in their early 30s or someone retiring to be able to afford and locate smaller housing and give some flexibility, not just based on footprint, but also on income. But I do agree, there's certain parts of it that are outdated now, and they should be addressed. I'll skip the context because you've heard from the board several ways how we wound up here tonight. I agree, 40B, this is not the intention of it. And there's 3 things that come to mind. The gentleman in front of me actually said it probably more eloquently than I could. From what I understand, this process will have to be subject to MGL 131, Chapter 40, which is conservation concerns, especially with the sewage and drinking water situation. And that's going to go through the Conservation Commission. I didn't even think of the historical context, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I'm going to check with the Secretary of State and ask about it. But that conservation aside, the number 1 issue that we have been working on as locals, aside from the fiasco with the MBTA, has been mostly our capital projects or roads. And Nickel Street is already busy. I think the gentleman's probably in the audience. About maybe a little less than a year ago, Mr. Hall and I received an email. One gentleman, on behalf of his bunch of neighbors, just about the volume of noise. With Google Maps and Waze, us with our local knowledge of how to cut around the traffic in the area, that's all gone. Now the computer tells you exactly where to go. Not even addressing the fit relative of this footprint to neighboring properties and the overall fabric of the community. The traffic that we're going to have to compensate, whether it's signalization there at Shawshene Street, especially given the context of the school nearby, whether it's pedestrian crossing, whether it's noise or speed mitigation routes, which I know from when I first worked for Rep. Maselli, we spent, I don't know how long, Mr. Hall, how many months trying to get drivers down, slow down at the Brown Street end of things. We're going to be doing it all over again. And even if you as the board adopt the Municipal Modernization Act and drop that speed limit to 25, these folks can tell you they don't go 25. My best friend lived on the other side of Wilmington. I'm sorry, folks, but at 16, 17, I was taking my little Ford Escort well above 25. It's just the way things are there. Now we put in this. And as the gentleman said, 3 or 4 cars, I'll say 3, right? I came from a family of 5. We had 3 or 4 cars. What really matters here is the amount of unique trips a day. Those cars can be parked there, but they're not going to leave just at 8 o'clock in the morning and not going to come back at just at 6. And that's okay. We all have places to be and go, but it's going to be multiplied into the hundreds on what I would probably say is the 2nd or 3rd worst intersection for making the turn. My folks live over by the Tewksbury Library. I come through the back roads to get over to Middlesex. And even at 9 o'clock at night, I have to sit there and wait. This makes more sense if it was up, say, at the corner over by the pizzeria and all that, but it doesn't fit the height. I mean, I don't know how much, as Mr. De Palma, to capitalize on his point, how much of the area is actually buildable, but if we're slamming it to 1.5 acres, I'm kind of interested to know also, being against the MBTA, the noise and light that's going to be spilling over and the impact on it. I mean, don't get me wrong, architecturally, I can definitely appreciate the house on the left. I would love to have something like that myself one day, but not there. That's not the fabric. Honestly, when some folks first reached out about it and they said Nickel Street, I went, oh, they're gonna be talking about across, at the very end, at Shawsheen Street, something that abuts Mink Run, because that's what it made sense to me. That's the culture of the area, but this isn't. So I've already asked my House counsel whether I, as a representative, can use the title, or as a private citizen, what's the most effective way to oppose this. But I'm bringing up the conservation question, especially given the footprint, and I know we have to wait for the applicant to show us the amount of non-permeable area on there, but I do have concerns about how that's gonna impact our stormwater on Nickel Street. The traffic, and I hope that we're not gonna be calling each other looking for a MassWorks grant or some state aid to signalize Shawsheen Street up there soon. It's a few $1 million, as we all know from working on it. And then lastly, as Valerie spoke about earlier, we have superior alternatives. I understand one's held up in court, I really do, and my God, the judicial system makes me look quick. But that said, we have other better fit opportunities where those applicants walked in with their hands above their head and said, I understand the hostility that communities might have towards developers, and sat down across multiple meetings in front of you, me, the folks in the community, and that's what we should be going for. I agree, the process needs an overhaul, but I don't even think back in the 60s this was ever the intention of something turning out like this. So I'll be opposing it. I ask you each as private citizens to oppose it as well, and save at least one neighborhood around here. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. If you can state your name and your address for the record, please.
Patrick McInerney, 98 Nickel Street here in town. Just had a few questions about the project. Maybe Mr. Newhouse can help answer those, or the board. I was wondering if there was, will there be, or has there been a traffic study that will be done on this area? As a guy who is known in the neighborhood as the tall guy who walks his 2 kids every day, I have a 1 and a 3-year-old. It's incredibly difficult to walk on the sidewalk and then to cross 129. Adding a lot more cars to that area is going to make a big difference. And it's
So I'll attempt to have that question answered. Ms. Gingrich or Mr. Newhouse, can either one of you comment if a traffic study's been done on the town side, or has this applicant done one previously?
Will there be one done?
So we've not done a traffic study to this point. I'm not aware if any developer has done one for another project that might be relevant. And, the Board of Appeals will, certainly we will vet with town officials whether or not a traffic study should be done and whether or not we should anticipate the Board of Appeals would require one.
Okay. Anything to add?
Just that it's customary that a traffic study would be required.
Okay. Proceed.
Another question that I had about just a comment that you made earlier, Mr. Newhouse, about the site study, that the map showed that the lines for the conservation area, the swamp area, were already, I was just trying to clarify, they were already plotted out?
Yes.
Yes, if you can state.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to describe it, yes.
Okay. I was just curious, do you know, or is it available, the date and time that was accomplished? I'm just curious because the property currently, as everyone knows if you drive by it, there's several large pines in the front of it. It's very difficult to access. Because my other question is, when we go for this site walk on May 31st, is there any way, or is there any discussion on how we're actually going to be able to access the site? Because you can't park in the area and you can't park on the street there. So I was just wondering, logistically, how was the site study already done, and how will that walkthrough actually happen?
I can speak to the process. Even though I wasn't involved in this process, I can speak to how it typically works, and I'm sure it worked in this case. With respect to parking at the site walk, I would defer to the town. Will cooperate in whatever respect the police department or other departments believe is appropriate. With respect to the delineation, a wetlands expert would go to the site, flag the literally on the ground where the wetlands begin and end, and that is submitted to the Conservation Commission office, who, in consultation with the Conservation Administrator, reviews that delineation and ultimately is approved by the Conservation Commission. And I was not directly involved in that, so I'm not sure of the dates, but those dates are a matter of public record at that
My next question.
Anything further?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, for being transparent about wanting to have this for the residents. My name is Fred Jarvis Jr. I live at 3 New Hampshire Road in Wilmington. I've lived there for 32 years. I use Nichols Street every day to go out to work and come home, and I can tell you right now, at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, the traffic is all the way up to where the bridge is, where the train goes underneath. And I don't know, it can't handle any more volume there safely. So that's my concern. I just don't see that area handling all that stuff. So I drive it every day, multiple times a day. My wife drives it, same thing. So I just don't know how the area is going to handle that volume. So that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name's Tom O'Brien. I'm at 124 Nichols Street, down the narrow end. You guys know what I'm talking about. You were talking about a traffic study. Some of us went down and had a meeting with the police chief, with one of the selectmen, and it was a very nice meeting. And they did have a traffic study done, police and the DPW. They put the wires out to see how many cars a day. Came back almost 4,000 cars a day, vehicles a day, and that was in the pandemic. Shawshene, I don't know if they were in session when they had those things down, but that's a lot of our traffic, Shawshene Tech, especially early in the morning, and those kids don't drive slow.
No.
If you put that in there, and you're gonna add so much chaos to that road, and that's the other end of the street. In the afternoon, it's backed up. I live 6 houses from the end of Nichols Street. It's backed up past my house at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's your traffic. That's all I'm gonna say. I'll leave the next person. But you already checked with the police and the DPW, you'll get your traffic situation April of 2021.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hi, good evening. Frank West, 2 Birchwood Road. First of all, I think it's great that we're having a public process here, and it's great that as many residents have showed up for their neighborhood. Not my neighborhood, I live across town, but I think it's great that these folks showed up. One thing I do want to bring up is that I keep hearing references to Jefferson Road and 10 people putting in an appeal, as if there's only 10 people out of 24,000 residents that appear to be opposed to Jefferson Road. For whatever reason, they put in an appeal. I don't know the details of the appeal, you guys might, but whatever the appeal is, evidently has some merit that nobody else in town caught for whatever reason, and they're at an impasse. Now, back in 2017 or so, you guys were, and several of you weren't a member of the board at the time, were being told by Ms. Gindrich that we're getting close to that 10%. By the time the next census rolls around, we're gonna probably be below 10%. The only thing that was done, and it was partially because I was sitting in this audience under public comment saying, get 15%, for new developments, put 15% as affordable. There was a lot of bantering, gee, can we do that? Are the developers gonna get mad at us, whatever. Eventually it went to town meeting and it passed. We were told that, from Ms. Gendrich, and I'm not trying to single you out, but we were told that that could be one tool in a toolbox to prevent 40Bs from coming through. When we get to public comments, I'm gonna ask, because that's probably more appropriate and more germane to this, I'm gonna ask this board, since 2017, what other tools have we used? Now, what we need to do is take, tools out of the town's toolbox, if you will, so we can prevent 40Bs, get over our 10%, so we don't have to affect neighborhoods and have, apartment buildings. But this doesn't belong there, let's face it. This does not belong in that particular area. But what I don't want to hear is, I don't want to hear, well, if it wasn't for the 10 residents, I don't know who they are. And when Jefferson's Place went through, we had rooms that were filled just like this. So believe me, there's probably, if they needed more than 10 signatures, they probably would have gotten them. But what I'm trying to say is that, one, you need to be doing something today so that when we do the next census, we're over the 10% and not be forced to do this stuff. These people have been there for 20, 30 years. I've lived in the same neighborhood for 59 years. Yeah, and there's avenues that I've tried to protect my neighborhood as well, and in different neighborhoods in the town. But my suggestion would be is, let's see what we can do to get us over 10% so that these residents aren't having their lives disturbed with, as they say, hundreds of traffic trips and all this stuff. That neighborhood is not for it. And respectfully to Rep. Robertson, maybe there's something on the state level that, maybe the changes on the state level that can we do to prevent 40Bs. I mean, we're not hearing a lot of them in a lot of the more exclusive communities. You're hearing them in towns like Wilmington. The things that we need to do, and maybe, like I said, Dave, I'll put you on the hook a little bit. Sorry, but maybe there's things that collectively between the state and the town we can do to get us over the 10%, and maybe there's modifications to the 40B process that can be done. But again, like I said, under public comments, I would like to know and if you guys want to answer it now, great, but under public comments, I'd like to know, what have you done since 2017 to use tools in the toolbox to get us out of the 40B process? Thank you.
So to that point, because it's happening real time, if the manager and/or Ms. Gingrich would like to comment on any inclusionary bylaw that's been adopted by the town, as well as any sort of status regarding that appeal. My concern is that if there are any inaccuracies that are reported to the public, that we correct those now, and that, it's clear that, I don't think it's appropriate to say that the town has done something wrong at this point, as if it's been proven that these appeals are justified. I think that decision still remains. And I think it's in the best interest for everybody to know where we're at in that appeal process, and also to be educated on what we've done to help assist with maintaining 10%. Yes.
Point of personal privilege, if I may.
Yes.
Just respond to the previous gentleman, just a couple points. I'm really proud of the fact, I'm not going to take any credit, because everything we do here is a team effort, and by team, I mean the entire town. We have a strong town meeting form of government, so everything's decided at town meeting. But in my first term on the board here, we passed an inclusionary bylaw, which I'm really proud of, that everybody on the board at the time supported it, and the community passed it at town meeting, as Mr. West had alluded to. And I appreciate your comments, and I would imagine you know how difficult it is, having served on this board for 3 years yourself. I would also note, that we passed a number of affordable units on Andover Street. Comes to mind, and there are a few others that I just can't come to my mind. Lowell Street, thank you very much of late. But certainly, everything we do as a board gets voted on at town meeting, by the people. And so I'm really proud of the fact, just being a really small part of the group of people that brought that inclusionary bylaw, which requires 15% affordable units. We never had that before. No previous board had brought that forward. So I just wanted to clarify. And then as to the Princeton properties, and I remember it very distinctly because I was chair, and I can appreciate your position here tonight, is in 2019, we had meeting after meeting after meeting, dozens of meetings with Princeton Properties, which started at a much higher unit and was able to come down to the credit of the board and others who worked really hard to negotiate, some things out of that. Again, it wasn't perfect, and I was a big advocate for it because I thought it was a good solution across from a grocery store next to the train station that would be a good option for the community. And, EPA felt it was a good option. Conservation Committee here thought it was a good option, and DEP thought it was a good option. So, with all due respect to those people who have appealed, I disagree with them, but I just wanted to point out that that process took place over more than a year. And it was shortly before COVID broke out that then the appeal came in. So it's been going on for quite a while. So I just wanted to address that. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, Madam Chair, can I also just, along with Mr. Bendel just said, I too am proud of the inclusionary bylaw that went through in our first term as members of the Board of Selectmen. And I take offense to the fact that we whispered that developers get mad, so we're not going to support an inclusionary bylaw. That never happened, Mr. West. We weren't, and I call you out because we didn't say that they would get mad, so we would not support it. Valerie Gingrich did yeoman's work in putting that together, in talking with developers, in bringing them in inclusively so that they could make a determination as to what would fit best for the town of Wilmington. So I thank her for the work that she did on that bylaw. But we're not just sitting around here. She has been at this selectmen's meeting ad nauseum talking about various housing issues and you know, we've not taken this matter lightly. I can tell you when I was chairman, we had a person come and wanted to put 325 apartment units over at the Eli's property. And another one wanted to put over 400 at Sharapa Farms, all right? And that was a no-go when I was chairman. Luckily, under the chairmanship of Mr. Bendel, we were able to have Princeton Properties come in, and it would have been all resolved, and we wouldn't be in this situation today, but for 10 people who filed a suit to stop it, and all of the regulatory bodies said there's no merit to that suit, it's bogus, and they should move forward, and then all they did was appeal that process to delay the inevitable. So please, don't say that, you know, we wouldn't support an inclusionary bylaw because developers get mad.
Mr. West, I'll give you an opportunity to respond because as a right of personal privilege, but this is not going to be a sparring between the two of you.
That's fine. No, again, Kevin, what, I guess if I misspoke, I apologize for that, but there was a lot of consternation amongst the board about the whole thought pattern of an inclusionary bylaw and what the percentages would be and what the effect would be on people. And truth of the matter is, you guys are taking credit for putting that bylaw on the town warrant. You did. I sat in this audience and I brought it up, and I kept bringing it up.
You absolutely did.
You know, so I'm just, and again, I'm not trying to take credit, but I'm just trying to say, it's, you know, these are things that residents do. And like the 10 residents that you're talking about over at Jefferson Place, they did what they felt they had to do, and it's going through whatever legal process it's going through. But in the future, like I said, and again, I'm going to end it right here on my end, but what this board and what the town needs to do in general, and maybe it's, you know, both residents, boards, selectmen, you know, the whole bit, needs to do is work together to try to figure out what other tools are in the toolbox that we can get over the 10% and not have to deal with these type projects. You know, and you know, if Jefferson Place happens, great. If it doesn't, well, it doesn't. But it doesn't because somebody smarter than us, or at least smarter than me, which on a good day doesn't take much, doesn't, you know, would, you know, if the appeal's warranted, it's warranted, and life goes on. But
Mr. West, I'm going to interrupt you there. You keep making a reference that it's warranted. It hasn't been proven in a court of law that it's warranted. At this point, the town has prevailed, and they continue to appeal. And that process, too, is flawed, that it's being tied up in court. So what I would appreciate is it hasn't been proven.
Right.
You know, innocent until proven guilty. In my opinion, those units should have counted until there was proof that the town is wrong. And there is no proof of that. So that system at the state level is also flawed.
And again, I'm just saying, if the appeal is warranted, then the courts or whomever will go into the 10 residents' favor. If not, it goes forward and there. And you guys are doing a good job. I'm not questioning Valerie's.
You know, we've given a lot of latitude, and I wanted to give you that personal privilege. if you would like to make any further comments relative to this proposal, I just kind of want to bring it back because there's a lot of people that may want to speak specifically on this. I think we can have philosophical discussions and factual discussions regarding the merits of what the town's been doing towards addressing affordable housing, and also regarding that appeal and people's opinion about Jefferson. But if you have something more to add relative to this, I don't want to be silencing you, but I think we need to move on.
No, I appreciate it. Again, like I said, as you know, I've demonstrated a passion for affordable housing and proper affordable housing in this town. And I just, I would say, whatever the town can do to to either reject this, get this project rejected, or lessen to a point that, be it 5 houses or whatever, so that, that the residents have a better feeling of what's going on in their neighborhood.
So what I would say to you is that tonight, this is that public forum which we've created this opportunity. All of this feedback is going to be taken in. We're going to be working with the manager and with planning and conservation, engineering, police, fire, safety, Board of Health, whoever it pertains to come up with a town comment letter that we'll review. In addition, it's going to go through the Zoning Board of Appeals process, as has already been articulated. It's also been my direct question to the attorney for the applicant to please go back and revisit this with his client to see if they'll move off of this proposal and come back to the town and discuss the 5 houses alone without the apartment component to it. And they've agreed to take it back. They have not committed to anything. But that's the best that I can say to you for right now.
Yeah, and it was a very good idea. A very good idea if we can lessen the impact to the residents. I think obviously the ideal would be no change, just leave the land as is. But something might happen, and the lesser impact for the residents would be benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just add one point here, and the reason I want to do this now is I see some folks leaving, so I just want to make sure people understand that, as was noted earlier, this is an opportunity to offer comment, but the Board of Selectmen do not have any statutory authority to approve or disapprove. So to the extent that you want your comments on the record, so to speak, and have some effect on the agency that approves or disapproves these, you want to make sure that you attend the Board of Appeals meeting, whenever that might be, and it's certainly not been scheduled yet, because ultimately, if the Mass Housing Finance deems this eligible, then the next step, as was noted, is the applicant will file with the Board of Appeals. They'll open a public hearing. So you've attended this evening, and I think it's been constructive in terms of hearing, at least on a conceptual level, what's being proposed. But again, to have your comments heard with the board that is going to decide this, you want to make sure you're paying attention to when the public hearing will be scheduled with the Board of Appeals.
Would anyone else like to rise and speak on this or ask any questions? And once again, if I can kindly ask for your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Deanna Greenberg. I live at 21 Ohio Street.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for opening this up too as well. I would like to thank, first of all, the neighbors for putting those letters in our mailboxes, because we had no idea up until Saturday what was really going on. That was a little bit of a surprise, but my shock tonight when I saw these plans is that this monstrosity sits in my backyard. I will be looking at those 4 stories right in my backyard. I don't understand how this can be put there, but that's another thing. I had a question on the sewer, because if they're going to be doing this for a year, that means that all those roads, Nickel Street, 129, all of that's going to be affected if they're connecting us to sewer, because we are not on sewer, we're all septic. That I would hope would be included in that study, what that's going to do to us for a year with the kids that are up and down. The high school kids do not get picked up at their homes, obviously. I had one child that was special needs who went to Wilmington, and they wanted him, when he got to high school, to walk down to the main road at 129. That's where they get picked up. So all those kids have to walk up Nickel Street every day in the summer, winter and fall, and wait on that corner. So all that construction with all those kids, not to mention the traffic already. I couldn't get out of my street a couple of days ago because of the traffic, that if there's an accident on 38 in Tewksbury, everybody comes up Whipple or comes up over our street, Nichols to 129, and everybody comes from Billerica. It's a nightmare, which other people have very eloquently commented on. I also wanted to ask you, we're talking about a large number of units that we need for this town. This doesn't touch it. It doesn't touch it. So
Understood.
I don't
Basically,
understand.
with the 40B piece, it opens for a myriad of different applicants. Any respective application doesn't necessarily have to factor in what this does to the town's numbers. It creates a lane for them to travel from a development perspective that would allow a more dense project just by the fact that this community is below the 10%.
Right,
So
but-
even though it doesn't achieve the 10%, their application will stand on its own, and it could be part and parcel to other projects that may eventually bring us up over the 10%, but a developer doesn't have to, for lack of a better way to put it, doesn't have to concern his or herself as to how this relates to our numbers. They just know this is an avenue to pursue a building opportunity.
And I understand that. They don't have to concern themselves with anything. They don't concern themselves with what it's gonna cost us as residents when this is done to hook up to sewer. I mean, we work every day. This is a blue-collar town. We don't have extra money to be paying $300 or $400 more to hook up to sewer and pay that every month too. You know, it's so much more on us, not to mention, that was already talked about, our properties. Our land is gonna be worth nothing after this, having this thing in my backyard. I mean, I've worked for 33 years. These are all my neighbors. The Ohio Street is a huge family. And this is not what we bargained for. I mean, I can't even fathom how it makes any sense to any developer to see the tightness there. But I guess my question on the 5 units that would actually be considered here is there must be some place that is that we can all in one get that number up to where it needs to be without picking a little place here and a little place there to get up to that number. So I guess I'm wondering how the rest of us can find out about how this across from Eli's there, you know, how did it end up being stalled? What was the reason for that?
Ms. Gingrich, I don't know if you want to offer any comments as to.
I'm just curious as
that-
to
nope,
where we can go from here.
Nope,
because-
these are your opportunities to
Thank you.
have it answered.
I can give a little bit of history on that. I'm not gonna talk for very long though. So, the project was approved by the Princeton Development Project was approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals, so they received approval for that. And, the project also went to the Conservation Commission, for an approval, and the commission approved that project as well. The approval from the Conservation Commission was appealed to DEP, and DEP issued a superseding order for the project, approving the project, and that order was also appealed, and it's currently in that second appeal process at DEP. So that's sort of a quick rundown on the history of it.
And then can you also comment on the question regarding how this proposal won't take us over the 10% on a standalone count, or maybe another project may or may not, and how that factors into, it really doesn't, where it's an avenue for them to travel based on just the fact that we're below the 10%. Anyone can submit an application. They don't have to necessarily, and I used the wrong word, and I apologize. When I used the word concern, it was a poor choice of words. They are bringing the merits of their project forward because they have an avenue that they can explore through the 40B process. Would that be accurate to say?
Yeah, so if we're under the 10%, you can apply, and if we're over the 10%, you can't, and doesn't matter what the size of the project is, basically.
The door is basically open until it's closed. Yes.
Suzanne Sullivan, 60 Lawrence Street. This is a horrible project. I was just home watching the Celtics game, and I heard about some bashing going on of a 10 citizen group that exercised their right as citizens of this town and citizens of this state to appeal a wetland permit. I came to this board when you were chairman, Mr. Bendel, and told you that there were problems out there with the wetland line. And what did you tell me? Well, you have the process that you can go through at the Conservation Commission. Well, guess what? That's exactly what we did. And I have every right to do that. So don't sit there and act so smug. I would like to know how many people in this room ever served on the Affordable Housing Committee. Anybody in this room? Guess who did? I did. And I did it so this town could meet its 10% when we passed the master plan. Because we were at 10% at the time, and we wanted to maintain it. And the only way to maintain that was to have an affordable housing plan. So we did that. I sat on that committee. I also sat on the committee for affordable housing when I was on the Board of Selectmen. I'm all for affordable housing. I just don't think that you should sacrifice your water resources for it. You can build housing just about anywhere. You only have water once. You can't make new water. And for me to sit home and continually be slammed by the people on this board and anybody else on social media or anything for exercising my right as a citizen of this town and this state, shame on all of you.
I take offense to that because no one's bashing you. We're making reference
I
to the
did-
project.
I heard bashing.
Let's bring it
I
back to
heard
order.
bashing,
No one
and
even
I just
mentioned
wanna-
your name.
I
That was
heard
so right.
bashing.
Personal privilege.
Well,
Yep, that's fine. I'm going to bring it back to order. You've made your comments, Ms. Sullivan. Anything
But I
further?
just want to make the point that the town did not do their due diligence. So don't try to make the scapegoats the citizens of this town. Scapegoats are you all that have been in control of the development of this town because we had a plan for an inclusionary bylaw and it didn't get passed until 2017. The plan was done in 2001. So don't blame citizens for wanting to protect their water resources, all right? The town is culpable, not us. I have nothing else to say. Shame on you all.
Shame on you.
You don't have to yell.
What
was that?
Ridiculous.
Personal privilege,
Thank you.
Mr.
I
Bender,
just
since
want-
you were called out by name.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, I think I have quite a few witnesses here. All I said was I respectfully disagree with their opinion, and I didn't mention anybody by name, so I just want to make sure the record was clear on that. I think
And
we have
like-
quite a few.
I just want to add,
Just 1 second, please.
Yeah, just through the chair, there was no name mentioned at all.
No,
It's,
and I understand that.
yeah.
So
I was just going to say the same. There was no name mentioned. There was no
I get-
bashing. It was purely informational.
I think at this point, the points have been made. There is an appeal. People can be on both sides of an issue. People believe that they have the right in the civic process to be able to speak. People believe they have the right to appeal things. People have the right to their day in court. It's unfortunate that this is all just a function of circumstances and people's, personal beliefs and their belief around water, their home, all of that gets tied into it. So trying to give everyone an opportunity to speak, to get through the information, answer people's questions, and we can proceed forward. Mr. Robertson.
Thank you. When I was listening to the woman that was asking about the sewage, I wanted to ask through you, Chair, to the applicant, Ms. Gingrich, is the density for this contingent on having sewage access at this point? I know it was referenced in the 5 houses. And if it's not, what's the acreage in the space required for the nitrogen requirement for this many units to have for septic? Basically, is sewage the linchpin for this project? And how, if I could continue on, and this might be asking for a little bit of crystal ball, but is there any way to see what the cost would be to the residents in the town through the DPW on such an expansion of the project to have sewage from its current terminus up to 79?
If you'd like to answer that, Mr. Newhouse.
If I could, and I wanted to give folks a chance to speak, but I want to be clear about the prospect of the sewer. If it were 5 single-family homes, or if it were the proposal that's here, the project would be sewered. There's no intention to run sewer that would force anybody else to do something they didn't want to do. And so, I cannot answer directly the gentleman's question with respect to what the land would support if it were on-site septic systems, because I was not involved in that process, but I can tell you that the plan, whether it were 5 single-family homes or the plan that's here now, was for the sewer to be connected to the public system.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak on this matter?
Yes, hi.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Board, and Council. My name's Jeff Rubin, 44 Fair Meadow Road. And during the middle of the pandemic, the height of the pandemic, we had a situation we were looking to add on to our home. And going through the board process, we were told that what we were looking to do didn't conform with the neighborhood. And I assured them at the time it did conform with what the neighborhood was. And given this plan, the single house model is perfect and definitely conforms. The other 4-story structure definitely would not conform to the neighborhood, and given what we went through, I don't see how the project could move forward with that. I totally would invite to have the 5 homes as an option, and 2 of those being low income. Definitely for the low income part of things, and love to see them do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak at this time?
Gerard Brennan, 28 Ohio Street. 2 things. One, I'd like to know if we can stop it at the state level, what we could do. And 2, how can we, with the letters and stuff like that, get them to you?
Valerie, I don't know if you want to make a comment regarding stopping it at the state level that you're aware of. I'm not aware of that being possible. It's based at the local authority through the Zoning Board of Appeals. Mass Housing just determines the eligibility for that application to go forward. However, it's still at the local level, and if it's denied, then the applicant would have an appeals process to avail themselves to. Would that be accurate? Okay. And
Madam
then,
Chair,
yeah.
I'm sorry, Beverly's asked me if he could state his name and address.
Can you just I know you stated your
Oh,
name
you
and
did
address,
that.
but if you can just
28 Ohio Street.
Thank you. Okay. And then regarding the letter option, I would defer to the town manager as the best way to compile any sort of letters. How should the public engage with town hall to get those letters to the
So
chair?
you could certainly either mail them to the Town Hall, 121 Glen Road, Town Manager's Office, or if you wish to email them, you can email them to my email address, jhull@wilmingtonma.gov.
Also, I'm definitely against the whole process.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to rise and speak on this matter? If you can just come up to the mic and state your name and address,
Hi, my
please.
name is Bonnie Moss. I live at 101 Nickel Street. I wanted to know, how would we get to know when the appeals process, like, will we be given any documentation sent to us? As one of the other speakers said before, we didn't even know this was happening. I opened my mailbox and there was a notice. So if it wasn't for those lovely neighbors, none of us, I don't think, would have even been here tonight. So how will we, as a neighborhood, know when these stages are happening so that we can join in and vocalize?
That's an excellent question. So just to be clear, when I had received the letter, I immediately took action on the 17th. The Board of Selectmen agenda, that was on a Tuesday, I believe, and then the Board of Selectmen agenda was set on that Thursday. It has to be set 48 hours in advance, and we put this on very quickly onto this to bring this forward, and then that agenda was posted by 4:30 that day on the town's website and is posted physically down here at Town Hall and is on the website. There's also a town calendar. It was short notice, there's no question that there was. I would defer to the town manager, besides keeping apprised of the town calendar on the Board of Selectmen website and the townwide website overall, if there are any other means for residents to avail themselves to communications that I haven't mentioned.
Well, certainly, and I don't recall the particular requirements on this, maybe Valerie could address it, but in terms of notification of abutters, there is a requirement for the developer, and I forget if it's just abutters or abutters to abutters, but there will be a certain grouping of property owners around this piece of property that will be, that are required to be notified. But beyond that, it's certainly, check our website, as was noted, under the Board of Appeals agenda. It'll be referenced there. You can also contact the town clerk's office to confirm if there's anything scheduled on the agenda with regard to this project. Those are the best ways.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Philip Kelly. I live at 118 Nichols Street, Wilmington. I've been a resident there for 42 years. I lived on that street before they had sidewalks. The street was dangerous then to walk on, and you know, you took your life in your hands just walking down there with all the traffic. It is a shortcut between 3 towns, okay? And it's very dangerous, okay? Nobody obeys the speed law on those. There's 3 different speed limits, 30, 25, and 35 on that street, and nobody obeys them. And if you put this development on Ohio Street, what it's going to impact, it's going to bottleneck the end of Nichols Street onto 129. It's going to put more traffic on that street, and it's going to be tougher to get in and out of it. And like I said, I mean, I lived there. I gave up some of my property to put a sidewalk in there to protect my wife and my kids when we took walks. But that street is dangerous. It narrows off at a spot towards Fair Meadow. The street gets very narrow. And once you go over that bridge, everybody cranks open the gas, and somebody's going to get killed. And I know what you're trying to do, but I'm saying it's dangerous, and I strongly suggest that this doesn't go through because of that traffic. Sometimes traffic is backed up, like somebody said, over the bridge. It can take you 10 to 15 minutes just to get off of Nichols Street to get onto 129. And so, I don't know how many times, but people have gone right over that island, driven right over that island at the end of Nichols Street from an accident. And going the other way, towards Brown Street, people are having accidents down there. So there's too much traffic on the street. You can't allow, I know you can't do anything about it, but I'm saying there's too much traffic, and it's only going to make it 10 times worse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Sinesi, 8 Flagstaff Road. In regard to the notices, if the notice did not get in the mailbox, would they be here? Would they not be here? Your duty to notify is not a requirement for this meeting?
I did notify. It was actually posted, as I mentioned.
No, I'm talking about abutters in a certain radius. Isn't it some responsibility of the developer to notify?
The answer to that question is no. Technically, this discussion didn't have to happen in public session at all. I made a decision as the chair to have this whole public session.
Very good, very good, but
this could have been done with a meeting just with them, and
kudos to you.
well,
That's great.
I'm not taking credit for. I'm
But
just
if you
simply
go,
saying
if you
that-
go to public, these are the public. This
Right.
is the public.
What I would-
And if they have to be notified by somebody putting a flyer in a mailbox, shame on you guys.
I appreciate your comment. I would just respectfully say to you that this is not a public hearing. With a public hearing process, I'm simply stating to you that the agenda is the public notice, and we have a statutory requirement to post this and publish it, which we did. This was on social media sites. I'm not suggesting that it's been out there for public consumption for an unlimited amount of time. I had to get it onto the Board of Selectmen agenda to make sure that this board would have an opportunity to meet with the applicant if they agreed to come in, because the comment period is June 17th. Our next Board of Selectmen meeting is June 13th, which would have only given us 4 days to get our comments together and submit them to the state. So I made a decision as the chair to put it on immediately and try and get the word out as quickly as possible to try and get you in here. Did I mail letters to people myself personally as a board member or have the manager do that? There wasn't ample time to do that. I will say that I received several letters from people over the weekend. I took the time to respond back to everybody. I do understand that there's some grassroots efforts that have been done to make sure people are aware. This was a surprise to me. This was a surprise to my fellow board members. So I'm not trying to take credit as the chair. Any chair that was sitting in here probably would have made the same decision. And I'm simply saying to you that we did the best with what information we had at the time to include the public in this process. I will say to you that it's going to take place in terms of the regulatory process at the Zoning Board of Appeals. That will be a public hearing. As the manager articulated, there are requirements in terms of notifying abutters of that public hearing. The lovely woman asked questions about how to stay informed. There's going to be information posted on the websites. The media outlets will pick it up. And then you are welcome to call Town Hall anytime you want to ask any department any question at any time. So I'm not saying that the communication vehicles are perfect for everyone. And I understand that there is a lot of frustration regarding this project.
So, public notice of this meeting was not the responsibility of the developer and his crew?
No, this was a letter that was received that was asked for the chairman of the Board of Selectmen to provide comments. And I brought it into a public process to bring it before my fellow board members and also invited the applicant and the public to come in general. That's inclusive of any abutter.
But how was the public notified? You just said you will notify the public.
It was officially posted through the town clerk's office. It was posted here and it was published.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes.
Listening to everything that's happening this evening, I see one thing that I think we can all agree on. One, don't blame the town. Blame Mass Housing. Mass Housing, developer can walk in, file an application, and if it's approved, it's approved. And by the time the residents of the town hear about it, it could be too late. Why don't they call for a hearing? Why don't they notify? Why isn't there more transparency with Mass Housing than to just take care of the developers? That's all I gotta say.
You know, I would say just for what it's worth, this came as a random email to me. This could have ended up in the spam filter, okay? And I ended up catching it and calling the town manager. That's not directed at the applicant. This is just how this process, to me, is flawed. That's how I found out about it, and I called him and I surprised him with it, okay? The packet that was submitted from LA Associates came in after. They did their part in notifying us. They've done everything. They've offered to meet with us. They just simply agreed to do it in public session. So this is a quick turnaround time. This letter is dated May 17th. That's when I first was notified. It was immediately published for a meeting, okay? I'm not saying that this communication manner is perfect and that it's going to satisfy everyone, but we did the best we could with the time frame that was available to us. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Stan Souza, 28-year resident of 14 Fairmeadow Road. And I was going to take a little bit of a different tack. And Madam Chairwoman, I appreciate your transparency, getting the information out to my neighbor, for getting it out to all of us, and obviously everybody showing up here so quickly demonstrates the passion that we have. Mr. Newhouse indicated that the developers are concerned and supportive citizen of Wilmington. I'm disappointed that he chose not to come here and represent his own project. If he's that supportive and that concerned about our community, he would have come here to hear our comments. Hopefully Mr. Newhouse can translate and bring those comments back to Mr. Mangano. I wanted to go on public record of opposition to this. Anybody that is in that neighborhood knows a 4-story structure in that neighborhood is absolutely ridiculous. I understand there's a state process that has to, we have to go through. Trust me, I think this whole group will go every step of the way. I think that site visit will be a good opportunity for everybody to voice their opposition. And again, I thank the board for trying to get the word out there, and going forward, if we could just keep that communication up, and we'll keep this passion going. So, thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to rise and speak on this matter? Okay. At this time, before I bring it to a close, there were a lot of comments. In fairness to you as the applicants, I would just give you an opportunity, if you have any remaining comments or don't feel that you have to speak on the matter, but there's a lot that's been thrown out and you have been patient in listening to everything, I would just give you an opportunity if you wanted to make any closing comments. And again, you do not have to take that opportunity if you choose to let things stand as presented.
Thank the board and the town manager and the residents who are here this evening. I took a lot of notes, and my client, I'll follow up with you, Madam Chair, in the discussion we had with
I appreciate that. So as was stated previously, just my kind request was to go back to see if the applicant would consider going back to revisit the 5 houses only with the apartment component removed. So at this time, I'm going to end this discussion. I'm also going to call for a brief recess just to kind of regroup. People that are here, you may choose not to stay, and that's understandably so. I appreciate your time and indulgence. I know the night has gone long, so I'm going to ask for a brief recess just to allow people to leave the building if you so choose.
I'll make a motion for a short recess.
Motion's been made. Do I have a
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Unanimous. We'll be back in a few minutes. At this time, I will call the meeting back to session. And at this time, I will ask for the manager to start with communications, please.
Yes, so under communications, just want to start with a memo to the board regarding my announcement of the appointment of Jamie McGaldy to serve as the Public Works Director upon Mike Wood's retirement. Jamie will start that new position on July 25th. Jamie's been with the town since 2004. Actually came to us by way of Westford, but since he came to the town, he's worked in various roles. Started out as the Assistant Superintendent of Public Works, was then the Operations Manager when we had a consolidation. He's a engineer by trade, went to school at Merrimack, has a degree in bachelor's in civil engineering, and as I noted, has his PE. He also went on to become a certified Massachusetts arborist, so he also fulfills the role as tree warden. But just beyond the credentials, though, he's just been an incredibly hard worker for the town. He was for many years on our safety committee and credited his leadership with ensuring that the town regularly received a number of credits from Maya, which saved the town money in terms of its insurance premium. You may also recall it's 2021 through his efforts in working with Public Works and the Parks and Grounds Department. They were featured in the American Public Works Reporter publication with regard to their turf management of all of our parks and fields. So I'm very pleased to be able to have him in the farm system, so to speak, and be able to call him up for that role.
He's here with
So if it's okay with you, Jeff, I mean, to that point, as we had given applause, I'd like to personally recognize Jamie for being here tonight. I know today's been a difficult day for you. And I've had the opportunity to work with you on Untitled, and I think I got to know you quite well through that process. And I was thrilled through that opportunity because I got to really intimately know what each department head has done in their respective areas, whether it's through working with Valerie and Paul, with you, with Mike Woods. And it was a real pleasure. I knew you were bright. You know, the fact that you're a Merrimack grad, as am I, is a definite plus. But just the attention to detail, your work ethic, you're always dressed for success, you come with a can-do attitude, you have nothing but positive things to say, you have a realist attitude as to why things are the way they are and why something makes sense, why something doesn't make sense. You can talk to anyone regarding anything, regardless of age and ability, such that they can understand it and know some of the intricate details. I think that's a talent and a skill. Your accolades have already been, reported. You have been, raised in this area, have risen through the ranks, you've been promoted from within. You come to work every day with a can-do attitude and a leadership mentality. You've been groomed for this position. People saw your ability early on and knew, I knew when I met you that eventually you would be in this role. It was just a question of when. Certainly I know that you're the first person to credit people in other departments and also within your department, and you never take full credit for any achievements that are achieved in DPW and around you. You consider yourself as part of a team, and that's a credit to you as a person and as a professional, and I think that Jeff has made an excellent choice on behalf of the town in promoting you to this position. You have passion, you have ability, you have skill, and you just are likable, quite frankly. And that's also going to serve you well because people want to do well and do the right thing when they're around you. So I will leave it at that. I cannot be more sincere when I say congratulations to you for this. You deserve this. So
Thank you so
if
much.
any other board members would like to add on to that, certainly feel free.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. For the record, I'm a UMass Lowell guy, but congratulations to you. I think it's awesome, being promoted from within. I'm impressed by your commitment. I mean, I look at you as like a Bill Belichick of DPW. Your responses to the questions that I've asked over the years and my colleagues have asked have always been it's like, why didn't I think of that before I asked the question? It was so obvious. You've made it crystal clear for me on a number of occasions, and I've been so impressed by that. But I really appreciate your commitment. And you'll be the first, as Judy said, to deflect any praise to all of your colleagues, which is a great sign of a great leader and a great leadership quality. And I really appreciate you and your family's commitment to this community. And I've been impressed with you while I was here. I didn't have the privilege of knowing you before that, but I'll be gone and you'll still be here, and I will appreciate your service as a resident. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jamie, congratulations. It's pretty much all been said between Judy and Greg. Helpful, unbelievably helpful. I mean, we had a project that's ongoing for Frank Lantini, a former soccer coach, and Jamie came right out with myself and a couple of the committee members and was very helpful and accommodating, and that's what you are. I mean, you're there to help the residents, and and you act and you don't delay on it. You don't sit on anything. You get it done, and that's important because the proof is in the pudding. The residents want to see you, and they do see you, and they want to see action, and they do see the action, and it's just great that we have you moving up, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Mr. Palmer.
Jamie, congratulations, number one. Echoing what all my colleagues, I could probably keep my mouth shut, but you look like you're nervous up there. So I'm gonna keep you up there a little longer. No, congratulations. Anytime I've had issues that I've had to pick up the phone and call, you've either had the answer or you got back to me right away, and believe me, I appreciate it, and the residents appreciate it. I wish you nothing but success in your new position.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to echo everybody's comments. I know you the least amount of time, so but our interactions and your presentations are always very detailed and on point. And I agree. One thing I did notice is that you do always give credit where credit's due, and that is really an admirable quality in a person, so and especially a leader. But congratulations, and I look forward to working further with you.
Thank you. Yeah, wow, those are great comments, so I appreciate that, all of it. My father always taught me that you'll never fail if you give 120% every day, and I do that. The guys I work with do that, and
You know, I don't claim to have all the answers for sure, but one thing that he always taught me is that a smart person knows where to find those answers. You might not know them all, but you'll know where to find them. He wanted to be here tonight, couldn't make it, but I know he's listening, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. He's a smart man.
Thank you very much.
Next, under a memo, rounding out the team here, so to speak, looking at an appointment for the Deputy Public Works Director, Joe LeBeo. I know members are familiar with Joe. He's been the Business and Utilities Manager at the DPW. Actually, he started with the town in 2013. Prior to the town, he worked for Wesson and Sampson. He'll also be starting his new role on the 25th of July. He's a graduate of Roger Williams University, Bachelor's of Business Administration. He also has a grade 4 drinking water operations distribution license and a grade 2 water treatment license. In addition, he's attained his Massachusetts Municipal Public Purchasing Officer's designation, which is key, particularly in the Public Works Department where they do so much purchasing. He does all of their purchasing and also assists some other departments. So I know he'll be a big help to Jamie and the rest of the crew there. And then the third part of the promotion tree, if you will, is I'm announcing the appointment of Jerry Lawrenson to the operations manager position. Jerry began with the town in 1995. He has a construction background, worked for private contractors prior to coming to the town. Started out in the water and sewer division. Is very familiar with the water system, but he's another one that has come up through the ranks. Experience with heavy equipment operations. Spent a lot of long days and nights plowing snow, so he knows the routes, he knows the terrain, and also knows how to manage people. And one of the things that I've heard over the years is his ability to work effectively with the public. We've had a number of instances over the years where we've gotten comments on his demeanor and his professionalism. So I think between these three gentlemen, we're going to have a real solid leadership team there.
Yes.
If I could, just want to compliment the manager. Those are also two excellent hires.
Yep.
Yes, without question. I mean, just the detailed resumes that have been put forth, the years of service. I've worked with both of these gentlemen multiple times from all the aspects that have been discussed. There's no question that Mr. Lawrenson is a bee charmer. He has a certain swagger and charm about him that he could pretty much talk anybody through anything. So, but two fine gentlemen that are very worthy of these appointments. Thank you.
The next memo is with regard to a State House note for the water tank. So you'll recall in 2018 at the annual town meeting, Article 26 was approved for $2.5 million to replace the tank at Nassau Ave. Since then, we've had State House notes that expire after 1 year. So Pam McKenzie, working with our financial advisor, Unibank, went out through a solicitation to seek quotes. Newburyport Bank was the most favorable quote at an interest rate of 1.98%. And so it is our recommendation to go with Newburyport Bank. The board does not need to take a vote on this, but you will be asked to sign off on the borrowing documents at the conclusion of the meeting. Next is a memo from me to the board regarding the status of safety issues at the MBTA. We have continued to have discussions with representatives from the MBTA. The last meeting or Zoom session was held on May 11th. Representatives from the MBTA participated, as well as Chair O'Connell and Senator Tarr. One of the things that had just come about think that day or the day before was notice in the press about the Federal Transit Administration conducting a safety audit of the MBTA's operations. We queried them on that and were advised that they were not going to be looking at the commuter rail system, but the subway system. So that is something that I guess will be ongoing on their subway system. They did report that the signal testing and repairs have been completed at all 11 crossings. That was done as of May 2nd. They're still working to address drainage issues along the rails near the crossings at Kilmarnock, Concord, Middlesex, Woburn Street. Essentially that involves reshaping the ballast and essentially trying to address some drainage issues. They advised us that new signs have been created for that advertise the call-in numbers. These are above and beyond what are required by federal law. And they also advised us that the MBTA is finalizing their response to the Federal Transit Administration's questions about their proposed platform in North Wilmington, and they hope to be able to hear back from the transit admin soon on that. Next is memo to the board with regard to the status of the town school admin and the senior center building projects. A question was asked about the cost to date and whether the costs for the services of the architects and the OPM are billed on an hourly basis similar to our attorney. In fact, that is not the case. Each of these cases, there was a scope of service that was that the architects and the OPM put a quote in on, so they work within that budget. In the unlikely circumstance that there were substantially more meetings than anticipated, it's possible that we could have a change order, but as far as I know, to this point, we're not in that situation. Next is a memo from me following up on a board question about the boards and the board designees. And so this was a discussion, I think, from the last meeting about providing the board with an opportunity to consider whether to continue serving on boards and committees that you have been designated on as a representative. So I'll just outline the committees right now, and whether the board wishes to take this up at a future date is your call. So we have the Commission on Disabilities, the Economic Development Committee, which also not only is there representative from the board, but board members, designated individuals on that committee. Inhabitant Bylaw Study Committee, again, similar situation, a representative from the board as in addition to board appointees. Then the Library Strategic Planning Committee, the Open Space and Recreation Committee. I would just note that both of those tend to be cyclical. The last strategic plan was created relatively recently, and it's not expected they'll be active for another 2 or 3 years. And the Open Space and Recreation Committee also recently concluded their activities. Rink and Recreation Committee, the Senior Center Building Committee, Town Hall School Administration Building Committee, the MBTA Advisory Board, and then the Wildwood School Building Committee.
Does anyone have any comments on that? I'll just stop and give anybody an opportunity if they have any comments to offer. If you need more time to consider something, you know, I need to hear from people if they want this on a future agenda to make some formal decisions. You know, I know that we received at least one notification of a member wanting to discontinue, which is completely acceptable. But do we want to table this for now and have it at a future discussion? You know, as to, you know, for example, I'm on the MBTA Advisory Board. I just was placed on that. I intend to continue. You know, where another board member may feel that they've given years of service, and rightfully so, they have the ability to seek relief from that and perhaps serve on another committee, or maybe it just doesn't work right now. Yes.
Madam Chair, I would like to remove myself from the Economic Development Committee.
Okay.
I would, be happy to consider other committees that may need some representation. I've served for 3 years as a appointed member and then as board representation. So I think I'd like to move on from that at this time.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for your service, sincerely. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'd like to stay on the Commission on Disabilities and the Inhabitants Dialogue Committee.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm
Yes.
fine with taking it up, tonight if you want, or if you want to put it on the future agenda item, that either way is fine with me. I appreciate the manager putting this together for us. I do have a question, though. Do we have right now, I know you said they're kind of concluded, but Library Strategic Planning Committee, we don't have an appointee there, right? Or is,
I don't know who the last appointee was that served on that.
it's not any of the 5 of us, though, right?
I had served on it back in the day, when it was done, when they had put together a plan.
Yeah, I don't
I don't know if that's the last time.
They're not active, so it's not.
No, they're not
okay.
active right now. Beverly, do you happen to know who the?
Jonathan Eaton, probably.
Jonathan Eaton, okay.
Okay. So, if there be,
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
How about the Open Space and Recreation Committee, to Mr. Bendel's question?
I think it's concluded.
Is there a
May have been,
representative on the board there?
I don't think we have.
Or is that a non-active committee as well?
Well, it's not active at the moment, so typically they have to file an update to the open space and recreation plan. I believe it's every 5 years, and within the last year or 2 at the most, that plan was finalized, so it typically only meets when they have to do that update.
okay. And then the rink and recreation,
Madam Chair, I don't mind staying on the Rink and Recreation or the Town Hall and School Administration Committee.
okay. Anyone else have any further comments?
Yeah, I'd like to continue on with the Wildwood School Building Committee.
I'm on there as the alternate. I don't mind staying on there as the alternate.
And just to confirm, Selectman Bendel, you said both the senior center and, or just the Wildwood?
No, I just said the Wildwood. I'm open
Okay.
to if somebody, certainly, I kind of brought this up the last meeting, but if people want to rotate, certainly we should allow for a rotation, and certainly, I don't want to hog them all, so I'm fine with continuing the work of the Wildwood. If someone else wants to step in as the representative on a different committee, that's fine with me.
I'm happy, excuse me, I'm happy to take on another committee. I just think it's time for me to move on from the economic to, so I mean, if what needs representation at this point?
At this point, the Economic Development Committee, which you just are now off of,
Yep.
is one, and then the Senior Center Building Committee is the other. It appears that the Library Strategic Planning Committee and the Open Space and Recreation Committee are both dormant right now, as there aren't any current needs in play.
Okay.
So the only open committees are Economic Development and the Senior Center Building Committee.
Can I ask a question through you to
Yes.
Lil? The current status of the economic development, I know we've had some vacancies.
Yeah.
I mean, still meeting regularly, or was there some talk
Yeah, it's
about a
still
pause?
meeting- It's still meeting once a month.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still meeting once a month. I mean, I'll take the senior center if it's needed. I mean, I think that's important.
Yes.
Not that the other ones aren't, of course,
Yeah,
but.
no question, it's very important work. I mean, I think we all agree on that. Just from my perspective, obviously, I'm trying to be cognizant of what's most important in my life, and that's the three little babies and my wife at home. So
Absolutely.
I can only be in so many
Yeah, no.
places, and, I've really enjoyed, almost 2 years
Yeah, no, it's
representing
great.
this board, but, it's okay to switch things up, as I mentioned in the past.
And I think that's what this conversation's about, right? So.
Correct. So should I take that as an affirmative that you'll want to join the Senior Center Building Committee
Sure.
at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Jeff, can you speak with Lil about important dates relative to that, so that she's in the know
Yep.
as to what the requirements are in the meeting schedule, so that you're aware of?
Wednesday's
Yeah.
meeting's been canceled, so.
I saw that, that's good.
Thank you for people agreeing to continue.
You want to take a vote?
And Lou, I'm happy to talk
Through
with
the
you.
chair.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, just a question to Lil and maybe Mr. Bendel as well regarding the Economic Development Committee, which came about 2018. And and there is quite a bit of turnover of people on that committee. Do you think that meeting once a month is a lot for that committee? You think you would retain more people if you met maybe every quarter? And I'm not saying what the committee should do or not do, but
Sure.
I'm just wondering if meeting every month becomes a
It's too
burden
much,
to
yeah.
mesomeone, and meeting quarterly would be
Yeah.
better, you know.
It's a fair question. I mean, I know they have a lot of, you know, it depends what's going on type of thing. But yeah, I don't know that it needs to meet monthly. I think, you know, maybe you could do it every 6 weeks to 8 weeks. I think I would start there before I would go quarterly, but, you know, you could probably stretch it out instead of having, you know, 10, 12 meetings a year. You could probably do it with 6 or 8, you know. No, it's a good suggestion.
And
Did you have a comment?
it's a different topic, so I don't want to interrupt.
So my thought process, unless anyone objects, is perhaps we take a vote for the, for what people have committed. Mr. DePalmer on Commission on Disabilities, Economic Development remains open. The Inhabited Bylaw Study Committee would be Mr. DePalmer. The Library Strategic Plan Committee and Open Space and Recreation Committee would remain open because they're not in play right now. Mr. Kyra for the Rank and Recreation Committee, Lil for the Senior Center Building Committee, Kevin for the Town Hall School Administration Building Committee, Judy O'Connell for the MBTA Advisory Board, and Greg Bendel for the Wildwood School Building Committee. And perhaps we vote on what people have agreed to do. We table the Economic Development Committee and perhaps invite the chair of that committee for an update at some point soon, so we can revisit what they're doing and what the requirements are for that and what their intended meeting schedule is.
It's a good idea.
So that people know what they're opting into.
Certainly, one of the things that, and Valerie can speak to this to a greater degree than I can, but I know one of the issues, there's this branding and marketing RFP that is due, I believe, the 25th of May. So I think they're going to be involved in working with that outfit. And then once, this is through the ARPA money, and then once a little further down the line, they'll be working on the grant programs that would be at least involved in some input regarding those.
Madam Chair, we've also hired someone, right? So, I mean, someone's working on this with Valerie more, you know, full-time, and so that changes certainly the mission, a little bit of economic development. But if I could, I would just suggest perhaps we, you know, this is a good conversation, and perhaps we take an official vote on the 13th when I would hope that, I would ask you respectfully request that maybe it be put on the agenda as a board to consider, and that we kind of have a good idea of what people are thinking about right now, but.
Sure, board to consider for the total vote for everything you're
I
saying?
think just to play it safe, we ought to, you know.
Just table it.
Well, I think we have a good idea of what people are thinking
Right.
about in this, you know, and maybe people could sleep on it. Maybe we could find out a little bit more about the library strategic plan. You know, maybe somebody's, including myself, maybe reluctant to sign up for it because we don't know the full commitment just yet, so.
No, that's reasonable. So let's just take this as a first read and first discussion, and we'll table it collectively until the next meeting, and then people can feel more informed about their final decisions.
Unless anybody objects, right?
Yes, Kevin?
Yeah, I think also the larger look at this is that we need to look at the individuals who have been appointed on the committee.
Yeah.
So that they don't feel that they've been appointed for life.
Right.
And I think that was one of the topics of discussion that we had at the previous meeting, that we would say that, you know, every year at this time, after the election in April, the second meeting in May, all of those individuals' terms would run out. And then we can either reappoint them or move on from them. But I think sometimes we lose people because they say, geez, when's it gonna end?
Yeah, you get burnt out.
You know, so I think that is a bigger look, and we need to come up with some sort of a guideline in that regard, Madam Chair.
Yes, that point was taken from the previous meeting that
Right.
you articulated, as did other board members. I know Greg did, I know others had comments. In terms of deliverables that we could get back with the manager's bandwidth and with everything that is in play, we started with this, and we have a running list. On the last meeting, there were quite a few bullet items that were brought up of people wanting to have certain agenda topics. So we can certainly put that on for a future agenda item to drill down into just what you just articulated. So that will happen.
And if I could just make one last comment,
Yeah.
you know, the senior center, I think, is at a good point where it's pivoting to the next phase, where, you know, the location obviously has been determined. You know, the site has been designed, there's been a great look at the architectural possibilities, and now it's pivoted to more of like, you know, what type of roof and what kind of siding. So it's not gonna be to the detriment of the committee, I think, if we transition at this point. Otherwise, I'd probably be reluctant. But I think it's a good time.
Sure.
If we were gonna rotate, now would be the time. I mean, now, by like, you know, within this next couple of weeks, that it wouldn't delay the process at all.
Okay.
And you'd have ample time to get caught up.
Yeah, that's great, that's a good idea.
So you're saying that you're not good at picking colors?
I'm not.
So at this point, it's a memo, so I don't think we need to take a vote. It's not a board to consider item, correct? So we can
Right.
just leave it for now and then, you know, put it on a future meeting, the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay,
you.
so next is the communication correspondence from Kristen Costa from CLA Associates, which was discussed previously, followed by the communication from Mass Housing, just noting the deadline here for comments, which is June 17th. I think it's likely we'll be pursuing an extension, as we did for the previous comment period. Then we have a memo from Paul Aluni, Town Engineer, regarding the MassWorks project, just as a update on that. And he's noting that the work is expected to begin July 18th, and then the roadway there on 62 going over Lover's Brook is expected to be shut down for about a month. There are plans in the works to have fire personnel stationed at the highway garage during this time. Obviously, it becomes critical that we have emergency response on the other side.
Madam Chair, just
Yes.
a question on that?
Yes.
And I'm only bringing this up, a resident on that side of town asked and was a little nervous about not hearing that there'd be a fire apparatus or police stationed over on that side. And I guess the question is, how do we get that communication out? Because I explained to him that we're going to be putting an engine over there.
Right.
Now that there's we have an ambulance out of service, so maybe we would designate a police vehicle with that ambulance with that engine over there. So I guess how do you get that out to the residents, that not to get nervous, there's going to be support over in that area? Do you do a reverse call, or do you send, I know you can put it on the website, or what, you know, how are you gonna do that?
Paul Aluni has put together, and I think he reflects it in his memo, some of the things that he'll be doing here, actually starting this week, in terms of getting the word out. One of the things we can incorporate into those communications is just noting that fire emergency response personnel will be located at the highway garage and responding from that location, in addition to the central station. So we can incorporate that into some of the publicity that he's planning to do.
Thank you.
Next is another memo from Paul Looney with regard to the status of the ARPA. The request was made about where we stand there. There is work in progress. There has not been any significant money expended yet. I would just note that we have to have funds obligated by December 31 of 2024 and expended by December 31 of 2026. With regard to the water supply improvements along Woburn Street, there's a solicitation process in the works to identify a firm that will be able to do the design work associated with that water line. The catch basin retrofits, you'll recall that was $1 million that was originally directed for that purpose, and we anticipated 200 catch basins could be addressed. As a result of the cost increases associated with the Lubbers Brook crossing, the culvert replacement, $450,000 was redirected from that assignment to supplement the cost associated with replacing that culvert. So that'll be relied upon, and we anticipate with the remaining 550 that we'll be able to complete 100 of these catch basins. No funds have been expended to date in those categories. And then with regard to some of the other categories, you'll recall we had funds set aside for conducting contact tracing. Fortunately, we've not had to rely upon that at this point, so that remains unexpended. The grants for facade and streetscape improvements, this is a work in progress. The first step, as I noted earlier, was obtaining the services of a consultant to assist with the marketing and branding. That'll be followed by the facade and streetscape improvements. And then some just minor expenditures have been incurred, about $1,300 to assist us in the federal compliance reporting that the U.S. Treasury requires.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you very much, both of you, for putting this on here. I appreciate it. Asked for it at the last meeting. A question about the $50,000 for the contact tracing. Did I hear you correctly? That has not been used?
That's right.
What would be the plan if we don't end up using that? Can we allocate it somewhere else? Like Mr. Kara mentioned earlier, we know now that there will be a temporary I don't want to call it substation because that's the dream, but there'll be a fire apparatus and personnel located up in North Wilmington while this project's going on. Is there money needed there? I understand they're going to have to be housed up there, like a trailer or something like that. Is that cost something we could cover?
Well, certainly the money can be redirected. I think whether that is an eligible cost is something I'd want to have a conversation with Brian Perry about, but we can certainly look at that as a possibility or some other options. I'm hoping that, we're not back in a place where we're contact tracing. I mean, they're talking about COVID on the rise, but one would hope that we're not going to have to be back there.
Yeah, I guess I would just reserve the time in the future where we could maybe discuss whether it's that or something else. I mean, if we don't end up using that, we ought to use it for something, and I don't know when that time would meet. We'd have to make that determination, but...
Yeah, there's no question, my goal is to expend the money that we've been fortunate to receive here for one of these purposes, whether it, was to go into one of the other categories that are listed here that is a possibility, but we can certainly, if the board has thoughts on that, we can consider that at a future meeting.
And if I can, please, we all know, we have some serious damage to an ambulance of late, and thank goodness everybody's okay. But that's going to be a cost with that. I would imagine insurance will step in, but to a point. I mean, is that something that maybe we need to switch gears and think about allocating some of this money? And I'm sure we could sit here the rest of the night and list off costs that have come up of late since we first talked about this a few months ago. So I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Chair, just to bring that up, because I think it's something that we ought to be thinking about.
All right, next under communications is an update on the town hall school admin, and I'll defer to Selectman Kyra.
Thank you, Mr. Hull. Madam Chair. On May 18th, the School and Town Administration Building Committee met with Phil O'Brien from Johnson Roberts Associates and Rob Tedesco of P3, the OPM, to resume discussions about the location of the building on School Street, Middlesex Ave site, and to revisit the interior spaces. A few proposed changes in the interior alignment of the spaces were discussed, but most of the discussions took place around the 4 schemes for citing the overall layout and footprint of the building. The 4 schemes are B3, as it was designated, present a building facing Middlesex Ave and at the front of the parking lot. This option is slightly different from the previous options because the building footprint moves approximately 40 feet into the Swain Green, while approximately 40 parking spaces could be added to the embankment. Without that addition, the project would have a net loss of 14 spaces and be reduced to 247 for parking spaces. The Bazell Senior Center would not be removed from the position, and they have 40 spots in that area. Scheme F sets the building into the embankment in front of, slightly to the north of, the Bazell Center, the Bazell School. The design has some constraint to the north of the building, as it must be set back 25 feet because we identified some wetland areas. A portion of the building closest to the homes on School Street has the lowest roof line and would serve as the space for the large and small hearing rooms. This scheme would result in a net increase in the parking spaces of 304 spots, and would also not require the removal of the Bazell Center. The building in this location, though, would block off the Bazell Senior Center from looking onto the Swain Green and some parts of the parking lot. Scheme G1 has one portion, this was an L-shaped design, has one portion of the L extending along School Street and the second portion extending along the embankment. The Bazell Senior Center would need to be demolished in this design. And we would also have a net increase of 47 parking spots and would remain at 304 with this particular design. The next scheme is H, and it was designed just as the letter H. So the footprint is actually a little bit larger on the School Street side. So you would have a section along School Street as one leg of the H, and that would contain the school administration, and then on the opposite side of the H would be the general government, and in the middle along the embankment would be where the hearing rooms would be. And that would have easy access from either side, either from up on the Bazell side or from the parking spot. The committee members voted to remove schemes G1 and H from further consideration and is moving forward with the preference of scheme F. Mr. O'Brien was asked if he could show some massing models for review, and he did do this back in March, but it was decided by the board that they wanted to take a relook at that before making a final decision as to the site location of the building. And the next meeting is scheduled for June 1st. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And the next memorandum is another update, this case on the Senior Center Building Committee, and I'll defer to Selectman Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, Madam Chair, thank you. As my colleagues are aware, the Senior Center Committee has been hard at work, and not only is the location set, but design, wonderful design has been put together by Lee Morissette and company from Dietz and Company. And if you need a visual, it's right along the Route 38 side of the St. Dorothy's parcel. So most recently, the Senior Center Building Committee met on May 11th to continue discussions about the programming spaces and the type of exterior materials to be used for the building. Dietz and Company reviewed the plan diagram with the committee. A discussion took place about whether the kitchen should be designed for walk-in freezers, which was a great suggestion from members and members of the audience. There was no vote taken, but the consensus liked the layout of the organization of the spaces. Then there was extensive talk about exterior siding, roofing, windows, and what materials to use, whether it be cedar, fiber, cement, brick, asphalt, shingles, metal roofing, aluminum, on and on. And so a number of options were looked at, and members gave their opinion, but no official vote was taken. And lastly, Dan Pilata, our OPM of P3, has advised the committee that he would like to have a public forum to gather input on the materials for the exterior features of the building. And so no date has been set, but he did throw out early June. And at this public forum, he's proposing that poster boards and displays of the design be available for residents to offer comment. And as I mentioned earlier, we were scheduled to meet this Wednesday, but our chair and the OPM had a conflict, and therefore the chair just canceled the meeting today. So tentatively, we're set to meet on June 8th again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question on this report. In looking at it, I was looking at the plan diagram, the option 4A, and just curiosity's sake, Mr. Hull, how many employees are at the senior center? What do we have?
Let's
3?
see, we have Terry, and I think we have 4 or 5 off. It's like 4 or 5. One is the bus driver, so is not typically there on a regular basis. But beyond that,
so 3 regular and 1 part-time, I
right?
think?
Oh,
So
she's
4?
full-time, but she's
full-time?
yeah.
Okay. And the reason why I'm bringing it up, because I'm looking at the design, and I see the administration section of this design. It takes up a large portion of the building, and it has 12 workstations there. And so I didn't know if you were planning on hiring an additional amount of people for all of those workstations. I got a little nervous when I saw 12 workstations, when I know, I asked you a question that I knew that there were 4 employees there. So it almost seems crazy to have that many workstations when you could utilize that space for the seniors and put something else there for them to, to utilize. But I don't know if that's a work in progress or whatever, but I count 11 stations, and then there's one more along the front. I guess when someone enters in, there's a reception area. So you have 12 stations, and you have 4 employees, and it takes up a huge area of this building, which I would rather see it go to the seniors. But that's me. So.
I would want to have the conversation again with Terry. I believe she and Lee have had multiple conversations on this. I don't recall offhand if all of those are intended to be workstations or whether they're, but your point is well taken. I'll follow up with Terry on the size of the building.
And if I could add to that, I know we were tentatively scheduled to talk more about the layout and the size at our next meeting, which got postponed, but I think, as I mentioned earlier in the memo, the group is, the idea of the way the things are laid out. I think the order of which the programming is laid out, I think the committee is in favor of there's certainly some flexibility. We haven't taken any official votes yet. Just for example, at the last meeting, Mr. Hull may recall, or anybody who watched, the game room, for instance, we talked about, there was a question asked about what could fit in there. And just for perspective, I think the architect talked about 2 pool tables. So, there's some wiggle room. I had asked a question about, collapsible walls, if that was a possibility, because I see these rooms as multifunctional. I wanted to be more dynamic in that, we could, open them up if we needed to. The programming called for it, trying to think down the line. And I think, it was well received, but they were going to look into it, and it didn't rule it out. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hull, but those are the type of things that are being discussed right now, and certainly I don't think anything's set in stone just yet, but I appreciate the feedback, and certainly.
I remember, Mr. Bendel and Meg, through the chair, that one of the discussions when I visited the senior center, along with yourself, was that there were a group of men there that wanted woodworking. They couldn't go down into the basement anymore to do the woodworking. But I don't see that as part of,
I think the workshops that.
so I don't, something that, to throw back at the committee, if there's, because there was a number of men that, not that I'm discriminating against women, a number of men that wanted to do woodworking, so.
No, I think that's all fair assessments, and, you know, also too, I mean, if you're looking at kind of the scaling of it, you know, certain rooms are of different sizes, even the lobby is quite, looks rather large too, but, you know, obviously I'm not trying to be critical of what I'm seeing here, it's just understanding the scope and size of each of the rooms and how they came up with the sizing allocation, I think makes sense as a question.
So again, I appreciate the feedback. I'm happy to bring it to the committee. And like I said, nothing's officially set in stone, but this is the way that the committee's leaning, and so I'm happy to bring that feedback back.
Thank you.
The next two items I'll take up collectively, since they're both addressing the same topic. One is from Eric Hockey, who is an attorney representing New England Transrail. The other is from Dan Deutsch from Books and Durensis, representing the town. This is the quarterly updates that are required to the Surface Transportation Board with regard to the Wilmington-Woburn Intermodal. There has really not been a lot of activity going on in the last quarter. Just by note, Olin, in Mr. Hockey's correspondence, he notes Olin is currently in negotiations with EPA for a consent agreement in response to the ROD, which is the Record of Decision, issued by EPA on March 30th, 2021. Final consent agreement will be sent to Department of Justice for acceptance. So I think some of this is waiting on that. Next, under communication, we have correspondence from Lauren Goldberg from KP, and she's noting some rate increases in the KP's fee schedule. The hourly rate as of July 1 is going to $220. The last few years, it has increased by an increment of $10 per year, so that is not unanticipated. The other types of more specialized legal services, they are going to be charging higher rates for comprehensive permit matters, zoning bylaw revisions, cable television licensing, and bond counsel, which we don't typically use KP for. I do need to have a conversation with council just with regard to some of these, to be clear on which would apply. For example, the zoning, certainly as we get ready for town meetings, where there's always conversations with council about zoning. I just want to make sure I'm understanding when this applies. I would not anticipate that the new rate would apply in that circumstance. I believe what he's talking about, or what they're talking about here, is major overhauls of zoning bylaws, but I need to get clarification.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Question? Because
Yes.
I know we voted to reappoint KP Law. And I brought up the question at the time, was there changes in the structure of the fees? It wasn't mentioned, but are these particular fees, these bullet point fees, 1, 2, 3, 4, are they in line with what they were from before? Or did they just sort of like cherry pick those out and decide to create new fees for those particular items? Do we know? I mean, because this is something that we're just seeing tonight. I'm sure you weren't aware of it when we
Right.
okayed the year's contract, and now all of a sudden, you know,
Yeah, I would have to go back. I don't recall offhand whether, it seems to me that cable, for whatever reason, that sticks in my mind as being one that there was a higher rate for, but I don't recall offhand whether there were higher rates associated with zoning bylaw and comprehensive permits.
okay, thank you.
That is something that I also had picked up on, is that the rate increase had been received after we appointed them, and it would have been helpful to have had that as a knowledge base. I don't believe that I would have made a different decision in terms of appointing them, but it did stand out to me in reviewing the packet that this is coming, you know, after the fact, so,
Agree.
I was disappointed with that, but.
Next is a memo from Valerie Gingrich that outlines the status of efforts with the intermunicipal agreement for the regional housing services. This is in part tied to the first board to consider, which is the representation on reviewing this intermunicipal agreement. So I know Valerie's been holding out here for in the event that there were any questions, but essentially, as you recall, Wilmington is part of a multi-jurisdictional agreement with Reading, North Reading, Saugus, and Woburn to provide assistance on administering our affordable housing counts and doing the reporting associated with that. Historically, the individual that was assigned to that was an employee of the town of Reading. They were essentially hosting this, and each of the communities paid into the cost associated with that. That has now changed, and it's a consultant is being hired, and I think there was a request for a proposal issued, and so in establishing the agreement, KP is informing the town that because they represent both Wilmington and North Reading, they're seeking essentially dispensation to be allowed to represent Wilmington in reviewing this contract. And they spell out in their correspondence, which is attached, the situation there. So there would need to be a vote of determination that there is not a conflict. I don't see any conflict between, for them to represent both the town of Wilmington and North Reading. I think there's mutuality of interest in that we're trying to obtain a regional agreement for these services.
So I'd like to just, since it's been brought up as a subject matter, is not to spot you, Valerie, but if you can speak to how this relationship has been going. It's articulated here a series of bullet points as to all the services that they provide and how they've assisted the town with a variety of housing tasks. I'd be interested, I mean, obviously, for example, guidance on the 40B process is one of them. You know, review of the town's inclusionary housing bylaw. So a lot of some of the subject matter that was brought up tonight from prior discussion, I'd like to get a sense from you, and I'll stop talking and give you an opportunity to respond, is how well is this relationship working out? If you can articulate how you and your team utilize this service on a regular basis, if you see any opportunities for future expansion of assistance from them, and any other comments that you might want to add relative to this relationship, it would be helpful, because we know it exists, but we don't see how it translates to the town every day.
Sure. So the, having that office to, first of all, field calls from residents who have questions about affordable units, where to find them, what are the details involved, you know, how much can I make, you know, and still qualify. all of those types of questions are typically directed towards the staff person from the shared housing office. And she's been great at answering those questions. And currently we have a staff person who's housed in Reading, and it's a Reading employee. And then we have a sort of a sub-consultant who's a housing expert, they've been working together to kind of be a team for us. So we get expert housing advice from our consultant, the consultant component for, she helped us with what the PEL eligibility process is like, what to expect, what to comment on, helped us apply for technical assistance for reviewing the 100 West Street development with the ZBA. So the ZBA is going to have a training session before their first public hearing with West Street, and now they have a technical assistance in the form of a consultant to help them through that process. So many ways. We have to do monitoring of our rental units every year, so they help us with that. It's just, it's like having a staff person, when we need them, I guess, on call. Mm-hmm. And before COVID, Laurie was having office hours here in Town Hall. With COVID, that kind of got, switched around. We haven't been doing that. But I expect that we're going to be back at that. The change with this agreement is that instead of, Reading would like to shift from having it be an employee of the town of Reading to a consultant that we all hire. And we feel that we can probably get a higher level of expertise that way, and also kind of probably more efficient work being done. So we're actually going to be interviewing a consulting firm tomorrow and asking them a lot of questions about how they're going to provide the support to residents. And one of the big items is going to be office hours, because it won't be someone who's physically located in Reading anymore. It'll be important that they visit each of the towns and spend some time there and be available. So it's been working really well. I think we're just looking to change the makeup of it at this point and try a consultant basis.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Yes.
Through the chair. Valerie, in the past, Wilmington, and I don't see the breakout here, but we always used to get a breakout of how much each community paid the consultant and the staff member. And Wilmington was number one with its payment, and that's why we insisted upon having office hours here. So I hope that that does come back. So how is this going to work out now? Are we going to take this bill and divide it by 5, or is Wilmington going to be stuck with paying the most of the bill as it has been in the past?
No, we're going to do that. We're going to take the bill and divide it by 5.
Okay.
So each town will be paying equal portions. We'll be tracking hours to see, how that time is being used and how the payment's, working out. But at this point, since we're starting a new type of system with the consultant, we'll be doing even payments. And I think the expectation is that every town will want office hours in their town, just to be physically close to where residents can stop in. So that's definitely something we're going to ask them tomorrow.
And then in the future, you look at which town sort of has more need for this person and which town doesn't, and then you'll allocate the funds accordingly in the future.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what we've been doing the past, it's been 7-8 years now, where we've been tracking the hours spent and adjusting those amount to reflect the number of hours, the time. And it fluctuates because, as we all know, there could be a really busy time where we need a lot of assistance, and then it evens out a little bit and another town needs a lot of assistance. So, but it's been working well that there's been enough assistance to go around and to do all the tasks that we need to do. We still do a lot of things in office, but it's really nice to have an extra person to help out with a lot of technical pieces, there's paperwork that has to be done, there's physical site visits that have to be done, so it comes in really handy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, thank you. So next for the board to consider.
Right, so next under board to consider is, as I noted, the determination as described here, prepared by KP, is a determination pursuant to Rule 1.7 of the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct that the Wilmington Board of Selectmen consent to KP Law PC representing the town of Wilmington, the town, with regard to the intermunicipal agreement for a common regional housing services office for the towns of North Reading, Reading, and Saugus in the city of Woburn, as disclosed in a letter to the town dated May 2nd, 2022, notwithstanding the KP Law PC also serves as town council for the town of North Reading.
I'll move to grant the request.
Motion been made. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Maselli. Any discussion? Any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Valerie, for staying.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next is a board to consider a request of Khalid Hasmeal. This is for Tony's Ice Cream to obtain a hawk and pedal license to sell ice cream. We have a recommendation from the police chief. Upon review, the Wilmington Police Department recommends approval of the 2022 application for hawk and pedal license submitted by the following.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Discussion. I just have a couple tactical questions. With something like this, Jeff, does the Board of Health give a recommendation in terms of like that they've, you know, if they have this division of standards, the hawk and peddler, does that mean that they're, you know, whether it's serve safe or whatever
Yes,
compliance is? And then furthermore, I understand that workman's compensation wouldn't be applicable, but, you know, through the police review, I assume, you know, some sort of a background check to make sure that, you know, there's no outstanding issues with like a quarry factor. But do we verify in any capacity, or is there responsibility to verify that the vehicle is properly insured?
Well, just to take up your first question
Sure.
about the Board of Health, I did miss that one. There is a recommendation here from the Board of Health. I have no, this is from Shelley, I have no issue with the hawk and pedal license renewal of the above referenced. So she does review that. With respect to the police, this is, there's a fingerprinting requirement that is part of the program here. The police do a background. In terms of, it's my understanding they also will check the vehicle and make sure there's no outstanding issues there.
Okay, fair enough. All right, any other comments or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
Next is the board to consider a request of Lisa Leverone Deanna regarding a disclosure in accordance with Chapter 268A, Section 20B, relative to employment with the Wilmington Elderly Services. So the request is coming from Terry Marciello to hire Miss Deanna to serve as a meals delivery driver. She also works as a substitute teacher in the school system, so by virtue of the fact that she would be receiving pay from two different entities within the town, this request is being made.
Move to grant the request.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. DePalmer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
This would be, require a signature of the chair. And next is a request from Noel Powell, winemaker, Aranap Cellars LLC. And this is to obtain a farmer's market winery license to sell wine at the 2022 Wilmington Farmers Market. This is a renewal from this past year. And there are no issues. The police department did review this, and Chief Desmond notes, please be advised I reviewed the application for the purpose of the alcohol sales at the Wilmington Farmers Market on Sundays from June 12th, 2022 to October 2nd, 2022, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The applicant has also met all previous requirements, and my approval is recommended. And approval is recommended.
Okay, motion's been made to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
The next board to consider is the reappointment of Brian Perry as the Finance Director / Town Accountant. As you know, the Board of Selectmen appoints the Town Accountant to a 3-year term, and he has been with the town, that will be 3 years in June. It's certainly my recommendation, based upon my dealings with Mr. Perry, that he be reappointed. He's certainly very knowledgeable about finance, is very responsive, and is instrumental in putting the budget together.
I move to reappoint.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
And the next board to consider is signing the letter to Cyrus Paul Rich in recognition of achieving the rank of Eagle Scout. And the letter notes the Board of Selectmen wishes to extend a well-deserved thank you for your eagerness to take on a project at Wilmington's treasured and historic Herndon Tavern, the replacement of fencing along the perimeter of the historic building, and the planting of hops, which has its own tradition in Wilmington, went a long way towards maintaining this prominent place of local history. Taking on a project of this nature involves the planning, fundraising, recruiting, and overseeing the activities of fellow scouts. Required a level of motivation, commitment, and attention to detail that is exceptional at any age, but particularly for a young person like yourself. Attaining the badge of Eagle Scout is something that many Boy Scouts may think about, but few have the resolve to achieve. We celebrate your achievement and offer our sincere appreciation for your civic engagement in working with the town's museum curator and historic commission at the Herndon Tavern.
Does anyone have a motion to that effect to consider the signing of the letter?
So moved.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Congratulations.
Unanimous. Congratulations to this gentleman. Public comments. If you can just state your name and address, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Frank West, 2 Birchwood Road. A couple of quick things, and I'll be brief. One, on behalf of the Wilmington Minutemen, of which I serve as the current captain, we're going to have a flag retirement ceremony on Tuesday, June 14th at 6:30 in the evening. Basically, what we do is that during the year, we collect worn, unserviceable flags. Thanks to Town Manager Hull, we have a box here at Town Hall, and we take the flags, we fold them. I've actually had some kids come in to get some community service hours. We fold the flags into triangles, which is basically the triangle represents a tricon from colonial times. We have a brief ceremony, and when I say brief, it's like 15 minutes, and then one by one, we respectfully put the flags in a fire. So I just wanted to open that up to the members of the Board of Selectmen, as well as the public in large. So, and certainly the town manager and anybody from the town that wants to show.
Thank you.
We're especially looking for kids if we can, only because we want to show the kids a proper respect of a flag. We do a few minutes in our presentation about flag service and all that. The other thing is that, getting back to affordable housing, Just, I'm wondering if there are avenues, for example, like I said, Valerie said there were tools in the toolbox, so to speak, in prior meetings. Maybe you should either think to either bring her in or somebody in to come up with some, if there are, quote, tools. One possibility might be the Community Preservation Act, where, the town puts I think it's 1%, 2%, or 3% of the budget into a fund, and is somehow matched, or I don't know if it's 100% matched. Now, Mr. Hull, you might know better than me on that, but I know there's some sort of a matching percentage as long as it's used for historical preservation, open spaces, and affordable housing. So there might be an opportunity, just a thought that, maybe the town could probably purchase some land, some open space land that, A, could be used for open space, or B, if it's possible that, there are building lots, and maybe town-owned building lots, or ways to make town-owned building lots, town-owned lots buildable, and maybe talk to like the Shawshene Tech or whatever to, kind of make it a history project, an ongoing project to, create some affordable housing, and, have like that. If we did a home like that, as an example, you have the home designated as an affordable house, so that way there, anytime it's sold with the portability restraint,
Deed
covenants,
restriction.
deed restrictions. So again, I'm just trying to, see if there's any way that, there's probably going to be a special town meeting this fall to go over the town hall and the town hall / school admin, as well as the Wildwood School and the senior center, and whatever else might come up with. And then obviously we have our annual town meeting in the April time frame. So I'm just wondering if between now and then, if there's ways that the town can think, maybe, and again, it might take some out of the box thinking, but ways to, get our affordability up a little bit so that, these projects, as we heard earlier, maybe we can be above the 10% and not have to deal with these projects. So that's just open thoughts.
Appreciate those comments.
So, other than that, I do want to commend you, Judy, personally, that the fact that you brought that meeting into this. I mean, I know you didn't have to. You could have just said, well, it's a correspondence to me, I guess, and we'll deal with town comments later. But it's nice that if there's ways to bring the public involved and make them more informed. And I get it that there's limited ways that, as a select woman, select chair, I guess is the new term, or town government, I know there's limited ways that you can advertise it. You can't just say, well, gee, we really got to talk to Nickel Street on this meeting, and Birchwood Road in another meeting, or whatever. You put it out there, and hopefully people get it. And there is town media out there. You got Facebook and stuff like that, and people tend to help out. And I know that was kind of like one of the things that you department wanted to do, and kind of bringing not every little project, hey, I'm building a house, but I know you had mentioned, kind of, bringing significant projects or fairly significant projects before the town, just so that, people can hear it. So they're not just all of a sudden hearing banging on their doors or trees being cut down and say, what happened? Oh, well, 2 years ago they vote, whatever. But again, the night's long, I'll just end on that, but thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you. I appreciate that kind word. I do want to say that we as a board may not agree on everything, but the one thing that we definitely are unified as a team is wanting to serve the residents and be transparent with communications. So I appreciate the kind words directed at me. I happen to be basically elected into this seat, but I believe with confidence that any other member that would be sitting in this seat would have done the same thing for the betterment of residents and to foster communication. I do appreciate that, but I believe we collectively are united in wanting to give the information to the residents in a timely fashion and give them an opportunity to speak. But thank you for those kind words. Announcements. Anyone?
Just one quick
Yes.
one, if I could. It won't be under important dates, but I wanted to mention, as a result of the passage of unanimous passage of Article 42 at town meeting, on Saturday, June 4th, there'll be a dedication of the Dick Hayden's Memorial there on the corner of Salem Street and Arlene Ave. Tentatively, it's set for 10 a.m., but you can expect that there'll be more announcements to come from the Veteran Service Office on the specifics of the time. He's working with the family to make sure that they can all attend. So tentatively, June 4th at 10 a.m. on the corner of Arlene Ave and Salem Street. We will honor the life of Dick Hayden.
Thank you for that. Any new business? Oh, I should say,
Yeah,
I
just
apologize.
announcements, but, you know, we have Memorial Day activities coming up, the 28th, 29th, and 30th, and just for my colleagues, I will not be walking in the parade. I will be at the ceremony. My knees just will not allow me to walk this year, but I'll be there, so just wanted you to know that.
Thank you. Any announcements to my left? I would just want to just echo the comments regarding Memorial Day, and I had mentioned at a prior meeting that I unfortunately will not be able to attend. I certainly will be thinking of all of you and our fellow residents and obviously our veterans on that day. I have a family member who is a naval officer who I am driving down to see as he is being redeployed and restationed across country, and this is the only opportunity I'm going to have to do that. In light of my absence, which I have conveyed publicly to this board and to the community, privately I took the initiative to contact Mr. Hull and Mr. Bendel, and I asked if Selectman Bendel could please offer comments on my behalf. The reason why I asked Mr. Bendel to do that is because he has taken on the role of salute to service as a member of this board, and I felt that it was fitting and appropriate to continue in that way to have him offer salute to service on that day. So that is who I have asked as a member of the board to speak on my behalf. To that end, I will be driving back from Virginia, from the Naval Station on May 31st. So this sudden unannounced site visit, I unfortunately will be in transit driving physically back and won't make it back to Wilmington by 11 a.m. So if any member of the board is willing to consider that site visit on behalf of the board, or someone, you know, representative of the town to report back how that site visit went, because it appears that it is probably going to be well attended. I unfortunately physically not able to be back here, and I had no notice to really do that, and it would be it's not feasible for me to change my travel plans.
I will be attending that.
And I would also note, as was the case at the last round, I think Selectman DePalmer, you attended the
Yes.
one over on West Street, and Valerie, I would expect would be attending, so we'll have town representation.
Okay, thank you. New business. Anyone? Okay, important dates.
So the first date here is no longer, the Senior Center Building Committee was slated to meet tomorrow night. They will not be meeting tomorrow night. May 26th, the Economic Development Committee meeting is at 6 p.m. May 28th, decoration of graves, Wildwood Cemetery, 8 a.m., decoration of parks, squares, and monuments. May 29th, a rededication of parks, squares, and monuments, Memorial Shrine at St. Thomas of Villanova, 1 p.m., Veterans Monuments at Town Common, 1:15 p.m., dedication of flagpole at Town Common, dedication of Leslie Wicks Monument at Silver Lake, 3 p.m. May 30th, Memorial Day Parade starts at 10 a.m. Memorial Day ceremony, Wildwood Cemetery, Veterans Lot, 11 a.m. Town offices are closed. June 1st, the Town Hall School Administration Building Committee will meet, Town Hall, Room 9, 6 p.m. June 2nd, Shawshene Tech graduation. June 5th, Wilmington High School graduation. June 8th, Senior Center Building Committee will meet, Town Hall, Room 9, 6 p.m. June 12th, the Farmers Market kicks off, Town Common Parking Lot, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. June 15th, Town Hall School Admin Building Committee, Room 9, 6 p.m. June 20th is Juneteenth, Independence Day. Town offices are closed. And then on June 22nd, the Senior Center Building Committee at Town Hall, Room 9, 6 p.m.
Thank you. And just before I turn it over to you, Selectman Bendel, I don't believe when I had mentioned you speaking on my behalf that I expressed my gratitude appropriately. So I just wanted to say thank you to you publicly. I don't believe I did just moments ago, for agreeing to do that on my behalf. I
Thank you, I'd be
appreciate it.
honored, thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to you for the salute to service. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Board of Selectmen, it's my privilege to present tonight's salute to service in discussions with the Chair and also our Veteran Service Officer, Lou Smaglia. We thought it was fitting, given that it is the week before Memorial Day, that we very simply tonight just list the names of the Wilmington residents who were killed in action, and just to list off their names, and hopefully this week, as you're going about your business, you'll think about them, as we all should. Harold R. Rogers, World War I. Martin J. Nee, World War I. Joseph L. Ring, World War II, Navy. Max Jacobs, World War II, Army. Wesley W. Coburn, World War II, Navy. Herbert A. Nish, World War II, Navy. Walter R. Joy, World War II, Army. Elmer M. Drew, World War II, Navy. Benedict Lipp, World War II, Merchant Marines. John A. Martins, World War II, Army. Albert A. L. Ayotte, World War II, Army. Joseph C. Cochran, World War II, Army. Francis E. Babine, World War II, Army. William F. Cadlick, World War II, Army. Leslie W. Wicks, World War II, Navy. Stephen J. Pilcher, World War II, Navy. Walter F. Goss, World War II, Army Air Corps. Chester L. Geardy, World War II, Army. Henry T. Fitzgerald, World War II, Army. John L. Bergeron, World War II, Navy. Herbert F. Johnson, Jr., World War II, Navy. William E. Buttersworth, World War II, Navy. Charles L. Smith, World War II, Marines. John Edwinson, Jr., World War II, Marines. James W. Sudbury, World War II, Army. Antonio Gagnon, Korea, Army. Arthur M. Starr, Korea, Army. William A. Buck, Korea, Navy. Ronald D. Eaton, Korea, Navy. John J. Fullerton, Vietnam, Army. Robert W. Parent, Vietnam, Army. Richard W. Welch, Vietnam, Army. John A. Rich, Vietnam Marines. John F. Landry, Jr., Iraq, Army. And so, to those 34 Wilmington residents who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, we remember you today and always, and hope you'll join me in saluting them for their service to our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your participation tonight. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Motion's been made. I have a second. Anything further? None. Okay. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
So